尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！欢迎各位来到“一带一路”10年成果和愿景紫荆文化论坛开幕式的现场。我是凤凰卫视主持人黄橙子。
大家好，我是凤凰卫视节目主持人江生阳。今天非常荣幸能在这里为大家主持这场论坛的开幕仪式。那相信大家还记得，在2013年，中国国家主席习近平提出了“一带一路”的倡议。那算一算，掐指一算，10年已经过去了。
是啊，今天紫荆文化集团在此隆重地举办这样一场论坛，就是希望能够邀集中外嘉宾，我们共同来回顾过去10年“一带一路”建设所取得的辉煌成就，也共同展望未来“一带一路”的高质量发展前景，也让我们共同讲好共建“一带一路”的故事。那么在今天仪式开始之前，请允许我们首先介绍一下来到现场的各位重要的主礼嘉宾。他们分别是香港特别行政区行政长官李家超先生。
在你们的后方，掌声鼓励鼓励。时间算得真刚刚好啊！我们也邀请外交部驻港特别行政区特派员公署特派员刘光源先生。
紫荆文化集团总经理文宏武先生，
香港特区首任律政司司长、原全国人大常委会香港基本法委员会副主任梁爱诗女士，集友银行有限公司副董事长以及行政总裁郑威先生，
香港中联办宣文部副部长张国义先生，中国侨联副主席卢文端先生，全国政协常委、香港福建社团联会荣誉主席吴良好先生，
全国政协常委、香港贸易发展局主席、香港“一带一路”总商会理事会主席林建岳先生，
全国政协常委、中国和平统一促进会香港总会会长姚志胜先生，
香港中国企业协会副会长兼总裁于晓先生，
联通国际董事长、总经理孟树森女士，
紫荆杂志社社长杨勇先生。
另外，出席今天论坛的重要嘉宾还有原全国政协常委杨孙熙先生、林淑仪女士、周安达元先生，原全国政协专委会副主任施子清先生，
还有印度尼西亚共和国驻华大使周浩黎先生 ，Johari Ortmagan, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to China。
香港特区行政会议成员汤家华大律师先生、陈清霞女士，外交部驻香港特区特派员公署新闻及公共关系部主任黄景瑞先生，
还有全国政协委员、香港大公文汇传媒集团董事长、总编辑李大宏先生，全国政协委员何汉全先生、胡建江先生、施清流先生、董吴玲玲女士、马浩文先生、林禄先生。
另外，今天也有多位立法会议员拨冗来到了我们论坛现场，他们分别是邵家辉先生、荣海恩女士、江玉欢女士、周文港先生、邱达根先生、洪文女士、陈月明女士、陈家佩女士、陆汉明先生、刘志鹏先生、简慧敏女士、严刚先生、上海龙先生，欢迎你们！
欢迎你们！出席今天论坛的还有来自“一带一路”沿线国家的外宾，他们分别来自土耳其、波兰、印度尼西亚、新加坡、哈萨克斯坦、马来西亚、泰国的驻港领事馆总领事以及代表，印度尼西亚、新加坡、马来西亚等国的驻港商会代表，以及来自英国、美国、塞尔维亚、哈萨克斯坦、阿联酋等国外的嘉宾。Important guests present today at the forum also include consuls general and representatives of consulates general of Turkey, Poland, Indonesia, Singapore, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, and Thailand and Hong Kong, representatives of chambers of commerce from Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia and Hong Kong, as well as guests from the UK, the US, Serbia, Kazakhstan, and the UAE, plus other countries.
同样也要欢迎以下重要嘉宾莅临我们现场，他们分别是大紫金勋衔香港兰桂坊集团主席盛智文先生，香港特区政府广播处长张国才先生，中银香港首席执行官李彤女士，中银亚洲行政总裁武龙先生，光银国际投资有限公司行政总裁王晶女士，香港中资基金业协会会长连少东女士，人民日报香港分社社长王瑶先生，中央广播电视总台亚太总站副站长廖丽女士，中新社香港分社总编辑曾嘉先生，劲报执行社长徐新英女士，以及紫荆杂志社总编辑李海棠先生，
以及香港科技大学的首席副校长郭义可先生，天大研究院董事长方文全先生，香港联谊机构董事长廖斌先生，中国基金报副总编辑杨磊先生等新闻界、学术界和教育界的嘉宾代表们。
让我们再次以热烈的掌声感谢各位嘉宾莅临现场。
Let's extend a warm welcome to our guests for their coming here today.
好，接下来呢，我们将会举办一场简单而隆重的亮灯仪式。我们要有请各位主礼嘉宾登台。
Now we will proceed to the lighting ceremony of this forum. Let's welcome the officiating guests to come up onto stage. They are
有请香港特别行政区行政长官李家超先生。
有请外交部驻港特别行政区特派员公署特派员刘光源先生。
香港特区首任律政司司长、原全国人大常委会香港基本法委员会副主任梁爱诗女士。
紫荆文化集团总经理文宏武先生。
集友银行有限公司副董事长及行政总裁郑威先生。
我们也有请张国义先生、卢文端先生、吴良好先生、林建岳先生、姚志胜先生、于晓先生、孟树森女士以及杨勇先生，请你们一同登台。
有请各位。
好，让我们的嘉宾就位之前，在各位嘉宾前排第一排嘉宾前面看到都有一个亮灯的装置，届时我们数3、2、1，再请你们将你们的右手放在这个装置板上啊，3、2、1再放啊。好，准备好了吗？好，现在随着我的口令，我们数3、2、1，一起按下啊，来，3、2、1，按下。好，我们请我们的记者朋友们记录一下这难忘的瞬间。首先，不要移开装置啊。
好，让我们一同望向前方的大会镜头，留下这个有纪念意义的时刻。
好，谢谢你们，我们亮灯仪式就此圆满完成。现在请各位嘉宾先入席就座，谢谢。再次掌声，谢谢他们，好吗？
尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，“一带一路”倡议提出10周年了，而这10年来，中国和沿线国家共建“一带一路”所取得的丰硕成果，相信是大家有目共睹的。
而接下来到了未来，如何继续增进国际社会对这个“一带一路”倡议的认识和理解，需要在座的各位继续贡献你们的智慧和你们的力量。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Belt and Road Initiative, which I will call BRI, has been proposed since 2013. In the past 10 years, China and countries along the BRI have made fruitful achievements in jointly building the BRI. Now, in the future, promoting shared benefits and common understanding of the Belt and Road Initiative requires wisdom and strength from all of you participating countries.
那么接下来的时间，就让我们首先用热烈的掌声，有请本次活动主办机构紫荆文化集团总经理文宏武先生致欢迎词，有请。
Please welcome Mr. Wen Hongwu, General Manager of Bohemia Culture Group, the organizer of this event, to give us a welcoming speech. Welcome.
"尊敬的李家超行政长官、刘光源特派员、各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。2013年秋，习近平主席西行哈萨克斯坦，南下印度尼西亚，先后提出建设丝绸之路经济带和21世纪海上丝绸之路的重大倡议。这一倡议提出以来，共建“一带一路”从夯基垒台、立柱架梁到落地生根、持久发展，已成为开放包容、互利互惠、合作共赢的国际合作平台。今年是“一带一路”倡议提出的10周年，在这个重要时刻，来自“一带一路”沿线国家和地区的专家学者、大使、领事和香港各界人士齐聚湘江之办，出席紫荆文化论坛，共同回顾“一带一路”10年的建设辉煌成就，展望“一带一路”高质量发展的美好前景。在此，我谨代表主办方向与会的各位嘉宾和朋友表示热烈的欢迎和衷心的感谢。10年前，中国向世界发出“一带一路”愿景与行动蓝图，立即得到国际社会的高度关注和积极响应。10年来，习近平主席高度重视“一带一路”建设，亲自倡议、亲自部署、亲自谋划、亲自推动，引领共建“一带一路”不断走深走实。10年来，在各方共同努力下，“一带一路”从理念转化为行动，从倡议变为共识，从愿景成为现实，走出一条高质量建设之路。无论是基础设施的硬联通、规则标准的软联通，还是人民之间的心联通，都取得了实打实沉淀的成果。“一带一路”的国际影响力越来越强，合作吸引力越来越大，朋友圈越来越广，为实现世界共同发展繁荣注入了强大的推动力。我们高兴地看到，共建“一带一路”在新的历史条件下，继承发扬丝绸之路精神，把中国的发展同沿线国家的发展结合起来，把中国梦和沿线各国人民的梦想结合起来，使中国共产党、中国政府和中国人民推动构建人类命运共同体的重要实践，也是中国向世界提供的重要全球公共产品和国际合作平台。知名未来学家赖斯比特夫妇出版一本《世界新趋势》，他们在书中这样评价“一带一路”的倡议：历史上从来没有谁尝试通过一系列政策的实施，在经济领域将这么多国家和大洲连接起来。我们高兴地看到，共建“一带一路”倡议及其共商共建共享的核心理念，已经写入联合国20国集团、亚太经合组织以及其他区域组织等有关的文件中。中国与世界超过3/4的国家、32个国际组织签署了200多份共建“一带一路”的合作文件。“一带一路”倡议已被国际社会广泛认同和接受。正如联合国秘书长古特雷斯所言，“一带一路”是当今世界的重要机遇。我们高兴地看到，“一带一路”倡议 带动了近万亿美元的投资规模，形成了3000多个中外合作项目，让沿线国家4000多万人口摆脱贫困。哈萨克斯坦第一次有了自己的出海通道，印度尼西亚建成了东南亚第一条高速铁路，塞尔维亚在多瑙河上架起了近70年以来的首座新桥。中欧班列10年累计开行突破6.5万列，通达欧洲25个国家、208个城市，被誉为连通欧亚的钢铁驼队。这一架架连心桥、一条条致富路，极大提升了沿线国家民众的获得感与幸福感。我们高兴地看到“一带一路”延伸之处，人文交流聚集活跃，智库、媒体、教育、医疗、科技、能源等领域的合作联盟纷纷建立，文化年、旅游年、艺术节、电影节、学术论坛、体育赛事等人文合作项目百花纷呈。频繁往来的人文交流，让沿线国家人民的心越来越近，凝聚起携手打造绿色、健康、和平丝绸之路的强大合力，让“一带一路”建设有了更加深厚的土壤。女士们、先生们、朋友们，习近平主席指出，中央全力支持香港抓住国家发展带来的历史机遇，主动对接“十四五”规划、粤港澳大湾区建设和“一带一路”高质量发展等国家战略。香港作为“一带一路”的重要节点，是共建“一带一路”的积极参与者、贡献者，也是受益者。自“一带一路”倡议提出以来，香港各界纷纷响应，主动对接。特区政府全力发挥香港作为共建“一带一路”功能平台的角色，众多香港企业家和专业服务界人士积极到“一带一路”沿线国家拓展业务、寻找商机。在国家的支持下，香港凭借背靠祖国、联通世界的独特优势，在国际项目投融资、离岸人民币业务、专业服务支持和经贸交流合作等方面都取得亮丽的成绩，为“一带一路”建设贡献了香港力量。女士们、先生们、朋友们，紫荆文化集团自2020年底组建以来，坚持立足香港、深耕大湾区、面向世界，致力于向世界讲好中国故事，传播好中国声音，推动中外文化交流互鉴。今天围绕“一带一路”10年成果和愿景这个主题，我们非常荣幸地请到来自哈萨克斯坦、印度尼西亚等10多个国家和香港特区的20多位知名专家学者出席本次论坛，期待大家畅所欲言，深入交流，为进一步推动“一带一路”建设建言献策，贡献智慧，共同向香港、向世界讲好“一带一路”的精彩故事。最后，祝“一带一路”10年成果和愿景紫荆文化论坛圆满成功。谢谢大家。
非常感谢文先生的致辞 ，Thank you, Mr. Wen。
接下来，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请香港特别行政区行政长官李家超先生上台致辞。
Please welcome Mr. John Lee, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR region, to give a speech.
Commissioner Liu Guangyuan, Mr. Wen Hongyun, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to have this welcome opportunity to speak to you today at the Bohemia Culture Forum. As some of you may recall, I addressed this high-profile international gathering last June, in my capacity then as Chief Executive-elect. A year ago, we were celebrating the 25th anniversary of both the establishment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region and the implementation of one country, two systems principle. The unique principle that has been guiding our progress since Hong Kong's return to the motherland in 1997. The principle has bestowed upon us the strong support of national strategies as well as an unparalleled connectivity with the world. On this day, thanks to our organizer, the Bauhinia Culture Group, I'm pleased to speak to you on the occasion of the Belt and Road Initiative's 10th anniversary. Since President Xi Jinping announced the vision of the Belt and Road in 2013, this all-embracing global initiative has inspired regional and international collaboration in policy, infrastructure, trade, finance, people-to-people bonds, and much more. Today, more than 150 countries and over 30 international organizations have signed Belt and Road agreements with our country. Together, they account for about 40% of global GDP and 45% of the world's merchandise trade. The Belt and Road has become now a big, important impetus in forging ties among countries, regions, and peoples. It has enabled cooperation with numerous regional and country-based development strategies, including Indonesia's Global Maritime Fulcrum, Saudi Vision 2030, and the African Union Agenda 2063, to name but a few. Over the last decade, trade has expanded tremendously along the Belt and Road. The mainland's trade in goods with Belt and Road-related countries has doubled from just over $1 trillion in 2013 to more than $2 trillion in 2022, with an enviable average annual growth rate of 8%. By the end of 2022, Chinese enterprises had invested more than $57 billion in the economic and trade cooperation zones of Belt and Road-related countries. With the pandemic easing and the world largely back to normal, the future of the Belt and Road is all the more promising. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is good news for Hong Kong, a functional platform for the Belt and Road Initiative. With our many compelling advantages under the one country, two systems principle, we are the Belt and Road's pivotal gateway. We make things happen. At last year's Belt and Road Summit held here in Hong Kong, the then Vice Premier Hang Zheng reaffirmed Hong Kong's role as a participant, contributor, and beneficiary of the Belt and Road. As a leading international financial center and the world's largest offshore renminbi business hub, Hong Kong is committed in supporting the financing needs of Belt and Road companies and their wide-ranging projects and investments. Beyond capital, Hong Kong is blessed with world-class professional services, from feasibility studies, project management and architectural and engineering design, to risk management, insurance, legal and arbitration services, and more. Everything, in short, the Belt and Road needs to flourish. And of course, As the business bridge between the mainland and the rest of the world, Hong Kong is a natural base from which to expand into thriving markets throughout the Asian region and beyond. To seize the vast opportunities ahead, the Hong Kong SL government is busy renewing and building our links with Belt and Road countries and regions. I'm determined to pursue rewarding collaboration between Hong Kong and economies along the Belt and Road in trade and investment, innovation and technology, infrastructure development, and a whole lot more. In February, I led a high-level business delegation to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. The Middle East region is important to the Belt and Road and its future. And I'm confident it will become increasingly important to Hong Kong and our future. During our visit, a total of 13 MOUs and cooperation letters of intent were signed between Hong Kong and Middle East organizations. We also learned the encouraging news that the Dubai International Chamber would open a new representative office in Hong Kong. Different Hong Kong companies that accompanied me on the visit are now closing in on business deals in the Middle East. I would say that it was a great start. And we haven't stopped since then, not for a moment. A number of potential investors from the Middle East have visited Hong Kong since our February trip, and I personally met a lot of them. They include key decision makers from family offices. Many of them shown keen interest in investing in Hong Kong during our meetings. Just over a week ago, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, led by its chief executive, Eddie Yu, and the Central Bank of the UAE, met in Abu Dhabi. The two central banks came away agreeing to boost cooperation in three significant areas: financial infrastructure, financial market connectivity, and virtual asset regulations and development. They also held a seminar focused on key opportunities between Hong Kong and the UAE, and a panel discussion attended by some 80 senior representatives from more than 50 UAE financial institutions and corporations. The heads of major Hong Kong banks also took part. I'm pleased to note as well that different Hong Kong business delegations have visited the Middle East to boost our economic cooperation and explored opportunities with some of the first countries to join the Belt and Road Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, when I spoke to you this time last year, I promised that my governing team would be results-driven, with a strong team spirit of collaboration and unity. A year on, we remain committed to realizing our goal of making a decidedly positive difference for the economy and the people of Hong Kong. My team and I look forward to promoting Hong Kong to other Belt and Road countries and regions. They include our close trading partners, the 10 member states of ASEAN. They also include countries in Central Asia, Eastern Europe, Africa, and all other economies looking to do business with Hong Kong, our country, and the flourishing Asian region. For those of you looking for the right partners to capitalize on Belt and Road opportunities, join us here in Hong Kong at the 8th Belt and Road Summit on September 13th and 14th. Jointly organized by the Hong Kong SL government and the Trade Development Council, the Belt and Road Summit is renowned as one of the largest and most important Belt and Road business and investment platforms for enterprises from Hong Kong, the mainland, and overseas. The past 7 editions of the summit have attracted over 3,800 business matching sessions and attracted around 33,000 participants and sign-ups from over 80 countries and regions. Connectivity is at the heart of the Belt and Road Initiative. With the unwavering support of our country and the manifold advantages we can offer, Hong Kong will continue to do what Hong Kong does best, connecting countries and economies, companies and people everywhere to drive high-quality development of our country and the world. On that note, I wish you all a rewarding forum and the best of business and health in the coming year. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Mr. John Lee, for that speech. 非常谢谢特首李家超先生的致辞。
接下来，让我们掌声有请外交部驻香港特区特派员公署特派员刘光源先生上台致辞，有请。
Please welcome Mr. Liu Guangyuan, Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong SAR, to give a speech. Round of applause.
Honorable Chief Executive John Lee, General Manager Wen Hongwu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you in this forum. On behalf of the Commissioner's Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Hong Kong, I wish to extend warm congratulations on the opening of the forum. 10 years ago, President Xi Jinping proposed the Belt and Road Initiative. 10 years on, the BRI has laid its groundwork and entered the stage of all-round growth. It has attracted participation of 151 countries and 32 international organizations, and has become a widely welcomed global public good and cooperation platform. The past decade has not only seen China pursuing high-standard opening up and win-win cooperation with all countries, but also witnessed China making its contributions to the world with a great sense of responsibility. The BRI boasts the growth of the world economy. The BRI adheres to the right course of economic globalization and strives to build partnerships for common development and prosperity of all countries. Over the years, the basic BRI framework of 6 economic corridors, 6 connectivity networks, and multiple countries and ports in different parts of the world has taken shape. Under this framework, a large number of cooperation projects have been carried out, injecting continuous energy to the world economy. From 2013 to 2022, China's trade in goods with Belt and Road countries grew at 8% on average every year. And the two-way investment between China and those countries surpassed $270 billion. As China is building a new development paradigm, cooperation in areas of health, environment, digital economy, and innovation will be further expanded, which will serve as a new engine of growth for all partners. The BRI improves the well-being of people of all countries. The Belt and Road Cooperation focuses on eradicating poverty, creating jobs, and improving people's livelihood. In Senegal, China carried out well drilling projects and helped 1/7 population of the country to drink clean water. In Pakistan, China conducted coal power projects and provided electricity to 4 million people. China has also exported Juncao technology to more than 100 countries and created hundreds of thousands of jobs there. Through these efforts, China has helped Belt and Road countries reduce poverty, and their people enjoy a real sense of happiness. 40 million people around the world are likely to be lifted out of poverty with China's contribution. As UN Secretary General said that the BRI is an initiative that aims to leave no one behind on the path of development. The BRI helps to improve global governance. Today's world is facing uncertainties, instabilities, unpredictable risks, and emerging global challenges. Given such circumstances, the BRI has built up new mechanisms such as the AIIB and the Silk Road Fund under the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, and the Silk Road spirit of openness, inclusiveness, and mutual learning, which helps to improve the global order and global governance. Over the past decade, the BRI has been effectively aligned with development strategies of various countries and different region and international development agendas. Belt and Road Cooperation has also been written into many multilateral documents, showing that China hopes to join hands with each other instead of let go of each other's hands, tear down walls instead of erect walls, and that China is committed to building a community with a shared future of mankind together with all countries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, high-quality Belt and Road Cooperation has been written into the report of the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, which points the way forward for the BRI development as a new journey. Hong Kong enjoys both the support of the motherland and close connection with the world. It is not only a participant, a contributor, and also a beneficiary of the Belt and Road Cooperation. At the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland, President Xi Jinping stressed that the central government fully supports Hong Kong in seizing opportunities from national development and aligning itself with national strategies such as the 14th Five-Year Plan, the Greater Bay Area, and the Belt and Road Initiative. At present, Hong Kong is in a critical period of new development. By participation in the Belt and Road Cooperation, Hong Kong can help the country to build a new development paradigm and achieve high standard opening up. At the same time, it can further integrate into national development and achieve better development of itself. All the distinguished guests here are heavyweights from different industries. You have much to contribute and much to gain from Hong Kong's participation in the BRI. I hope you could seize the trend of Hong Kong's development, make Hong Kong's professional advantages in the legal, shipping, accounting, finance, and consulting sector even stronger, so as to consolidate the foundation of Hong Kong to serve the BRI Corporation. I hope you could also help Hong Kong better leverage its role of super connector between the mainland and the world, deepen Hong Kong's connection with other countries so as to create better conditions for Hong Kong to participate in the BRI. I also hope you could make best use of Hong Kong's role as an East meets West place, promoting cultural exchanges and mutual learning, so as to make Hong Kong a successful story of Belt and Road cooperation. Our Commissioner's Office will continue to use our diplomatic expertise to support the SAR in enhancing its competitive advantages, expanding exchanges and cooperation with foreign countries, and participating in the Belt and Road cooperation. We will do our best to help Hong Kong seize new opportunities, cultivate new advantages, and make new contributions to the country's high-quality development. The remarkable achievements of the past decade demonstrate the Belt and Road is a path of win-win cooperation and common development. China hopes to walk side by side with all partners on this path to share development opportunities and create a better future together. Finally, I wish this forum a resounding success. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Mr. Liu, for that speech. 非常谢谢刘光源先生致辞。
那么，尊敬的各位来宾，行政长官李家超先生以及刘光源先生等主礼嘉宾，还有其他公务在身，此刻呢要先行离场了。让我们再次以热烈的掌声欢送各位主礼嘉宾。
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Lee and Mr. Liu and other officiating guests have other official engagements, so let's once again bid them farewell and thank them for being here today. Thank you again.
谢谢。我们本次的论坛呢，也得到了香港各界的积极响应和大力支持。接下来啊，我们也将为联合主办机构、协办和支持机构颁发纪念牌，来表达我们最衷心的感谢。
This forum has received positive responses and strong support from all sectors in Hong Kong. Now, the next step is to present commemorative plaques to our co-organizers, co-sponsors, and supporting organizations.
好，首先我们要由论坛组委会主席、紫荆文化集团总经理文宏武先生为本次论坛联合主办机构集友银行、支持机构香港“一带一路”总商会颁发纪念牌。有请文宏武先生、集友银行有限公司副董事长及行政总裁郑威先生、香港“一带一路”总商会理事会秘书长张华峰先生来到台上。好，有请文宏武总经理为集友银行、香港“一带一路”总商会颁牌。谢谢，谢谢三位嘉宾。还有一个，哦，
还有一个。
好。好，请三位嘉宾望向前方镜头，谢谢。
好，
谢谢
请三位嘉宾先入席就座，谢谢。接下来我们要由香港特区首任律政司司长、原全国人大常委会香港基本法委员会副主任梁爱诗女士为论坛的支持机构中国联通国际有限公司颁发纪念牌。我们有请梁爱诗女士、联通国际董事长、总经理孟树森女士登台，掌声欢迎。现在请梁爱诗女士为联通国际颁牌。 合影。好，谢谢两位，谢谢两位女士，谢谢，请先回座，谢谢。
接下来要有请论坛组委会副主席、联合主办机构集友银行有限公司副董事长及行政总裁郑威先生为论坛合作机构香港印尼研究学社颁发纪念牌。有请郑威先生、香港印尼研究学社社长杨仁先生登台。好，请颁牌。同时也请我们的嘉宾望向镜头。好，谢谢两位嘉宾。
请先回座，谢谢。我们再一次以热烈掌声给各家机构对本次论坛给予的大力支持表示感谢。
好，接下来要进入我们今天论坛的主旨演讲环节了。在这个环节当中呢，来自“一带一路”沿线国家的驻华使节、知名专家学者，还有香港行业精英，将会从不同的视角分享他们对于“一带一路”的理解和认识。
Now we are going to enter our keynote speech session. In this session, ambassadors in China from countries along the Belt and Road, renowned experts and scholars, as well as industry elites from Hong Kong will share their understanding and insights of the BRI from their unique perspectives.
首先要掌声有请印度尼西亚共和国驻华大使周浩黎先生上台发言。
To kick things off, we would like to give the floor to Mr. Johari Ormangan, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to China. Welcome.
His Excellency Mr. John Lee, Chief Executive, Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Lu Xin-ning, Deputy Director of Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Louis Guangyuan, Commissioner, Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Wen Hongwu, General Manager of the Baohua Culture Group, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Baohua Culture Forum for the invitation extended to me to speak at this honorable forum. Not only as to the themes of today's forum is indeed a very relevant and very timely. Not only that we celebrate a decade of launching of the Belt and Road Initiative, but this year as well, Indonesia and China celebrating of the establishment of Indonesia-China Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. This is the highest level of the bilateral relations. I did remember that in 2013, President Xi Jinping, during his visit to Indonesia, and delivered his a very important speech at the parliament in Indonesia, he introduced the 21st Maritime Silk Road. This Maritime Silk Road later became an integral part of the Belt and Road Initiative. As Belt refers to the Silk Road economic belt that connects China and Europe, while the road is for the Maritime Silk Road that connects China and Southeast Asia, and then of course, in particular, my country, Indonesia. This also signified the importance of Indonesia within the Belt and Road cooperation. Furthermore, during the visit of my president, President Joko Widodo, participation on the first Belt and Road Forum in Beijing back in the 2017, he proposed to synergy the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, and Indonesia Global Maritime Fulcrum, GMF. Therefore, I'm very happy to share with you today on the development of Indonesia and China bilateral relations, of course including Hong Kong, and the progress and future prospect of cooperation under the synergy between China's Belt and Road Initiative and Indonesia Global Maritime Fulcrum. Let me say a few words about Indonesia, China, and Hong Kong bilateral relations. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, Indonesia and China comprehensive strategic partners has also entered its 10th anniversary. I have frequently mentioned in many forums that our status as comprehensive strategic partners should be fully reflected in numbers. And indeed, I'm very delighted to see the progress over the last few years. For example, in 2022, according to the China Customs, the trade volume between Indonesia and China already reached almost 150 billion US dollar. To be exact, 149.2 billion US dollar, or increased by more than 20% compared to the 2021. While for the trade volume between Indonesia and Hong Kong in 2022 is accounted around 5.72 billion US dollar. For the first quarter of 2023, trade between Indonesia and China has reached 36.3 billion US dollar, up by 10.7% year-on-year basis, and between Indonesia and Hong Kong have reached 1.2 billion US dollar. In investment relation, in 2022, China has ranked the second biggest investor in Indonesia with the realization of investment value at US dollar 8.2 billion, increasing 156.25% year-on-year. While Hong Kong is the third largest, biggest investor, value at 5.5 billion US dollar, increased by almost 20%. So if we add China and Hong Kong, it's already become #1 investor in Indonesia. For the first quarter in 2023, Hong Kong became #1 and China #2. And I'm confident that this positive trend will continue until the end of 2023, with momentum of economic recovery is showing result, and in particular in China and Hong Kong, which will further influence the trade and investment cooperation between Indonesia, Hong Kong, and China. Let me say a few words about GMF and BRI. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, since President Joko Widodo proposed for synergy between two important initiatives by two great leaders in 2018, the two countries have formally agreed on the synergy of GMF and BRI. The synergy of GMF and BRI was indeed very relevant and offer a new direction for the bilateral cooperation of both countries. Fast forward to 2023, the synergy has turned into one of the strong pillars of bilateral partnership between Indonesia and China. Under the synergy, both have successfully launched several notable projects, including the establishment of regional comprehensive economic corridors, or we call it RCEC, in 4 provinces in Indonesia, in North Sumatra as a hub for ASEAN, in North Kalimantan as a hub for renewable energy, in Bali as a hub for information, communication, and innovation technology, in North Sulawesi as a hub for the Pacific. Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway, 2 countries' twin parks, Green Industrial Park in North Kalimantan, Kura-Kura Island Technopark in Bali, and important thing as well is the people-to-people connectivity. Because I do believe that if we have a strong relation in people-to-people, it will contribute further to the 2 pillars of the cooperation, political security, and economic development. And of course, many more. Furthermore, to ensure the mutual and shared benefit of the synergy, the government has also put forward the 5+3 approaches as the main principle for GMF and BRI cooperation. These 5 approaches are high environmental standard, integrated development approach, the usage of Indonesian labor, technological transfer, and international best practices. While the +3 principles are business to business, market-oriented, and government support when is needed. We believe that by adhering to the 5+3 approaches, we will be able to attract sustainable and high-quality investment in Indonesia's priority sectors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward for future cooperation, for the Synergy and Global Maritime Forum and Belt and Road Initiative should be further expanded, not just in terms of hard connectivity and infrastructure development, but also in other cooperations such as the development of soft infrastructure, people-to-people exchanges, digital economy, health infrastructures. This is the lesson learned from COVID-19, new energy and sustainable development. Moreover, this cooperation should be based on an equal, open, transparent, and inclusive partnership. By expanding cooperation partners, network, and platform to support the synergy of GMF and BRI, including between Hong Kong, the Greater Bay Area, and targeted regions in Indonesia. Let me say a few words about ASEAN, China, ASEAN, Hong Kong, because Chairman Lee mentioned about ASEAN and Hong Kong cooperation. Since today, this year, Indonesia is the chairman of ASEAN. 2021, ASEAN and China celebrated 30th anniversary. And during the special summit in November 2021, we elevated as well the relation between ASEAN and China to become comprehensive strategic partnerships. And you know what happened since then? Both China and ASEAN became the largest trading partners. Last year, the trade volume between ASEAN and China almost reached $1 trillion. To be exact, 968 billion US dollar. If we add ASEAN and Hong Kong, it's already surpassed $1 trillion US dollar. So we are looking forward as well for the better relationship between ASEAN, China, and Hong Kong. And since this year, we implemented the Regional Economic Corridor Partnership, RCEP, in which 15 members, to include 10 members of ASEAN, as partners to the agreement. So to add on the BRI, I think a lot of things can be done in the very near future. To conclude my remarks, I would like to emphasize that successful synergy of the GMF and BRI with its flagship projects carries an important message: how to strategic national visions can become a foundation of a strong and complementary bilateral relations. And this should be carried on to future cooperation by further promoting a mutually beneficial and high-quality projects between us. Last but not least, I wish this forum would offer fruitful discussions and concrete takeaways for all of us. Terima kasih, xie xie, thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Mr. Ormagan. Thank you very much.
好，接下来要掌声有请全国政协常委、香港贸易发展局主席、香港“一带一路”总商会理事会主席林建岳先生上台发言。
Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Peter Lam, a standing committee member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, chairman of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, and chairman of the Board of Belt and Road General Chamber of Commerce Limited. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to share with you today the achievement of the Belt and Road Initiative over the past decade. I would like to talk about how we can leverage Hong Kong's strength to help the BRI develop further. Over the past 10 years, Hong Kong has served as the preferred business platform for the BRI. It has continued to develop at rapid speed with the support of the central government and concert effort by the Hong Kong SAR governments and various sectors of societies. Especially in the realm of financial integrations, Hong Kong payment system has facilitated trade settlement in renminbi for business from Belt and Road economics, offering a wide range of financing and risk management service to enterprise and individuals engaged in the BRI. Since in 2016, the Hong Kong SAR governments have been working with the Hong Kong Trade Development Council to organize the annual Belt and Road Summit, which has become a leading global platform for exchange and cooperation among enterprises from the Hong Kong, the mainland, and overseas. To mark the BRI's 10th anniversary, TDC will co-organize with the Hong Kong SL governments the 8th Belt and Road Summit on the 13th to 14th of September. The Hong Kong TDC will continue to organize a series of business activities, including networking, business matching, and mission to help Hong Kong SME seize opportunities in the Belt and Road economics. Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce leveraged the network to connect companies venturing into the Belt and Road markets with opportunities. The Big Data Comprehensive Service Platform for Overseas Hotspot Project of Chinese Enterprise, run by the Belt and Road Chambers of Commerce and the State Information Center, provides users with comprehensive investment information, analysis, and index reference to facilitate their investments in the Belt and Road market. It is crucial for Hong Kong to maximize its potential as a leading gateway, linking the mainland to the global market and play a bigger role in the continued development of the BRI. In light of this, I propose the following. Firstly, we should further capitalize on Hong Kong's advantage in common law and establish it as an international arbitration center for the BRI. Hong Kong stands out as the sole common law jurisdictions in our country, providing a distinctive interface that aligns with the legal and market system of developed nations. Given BRI's extensive reach across Europe and Africa, Hong Kong can further harness its expertise in common law to establish itself as an international arbitration center for the BRI to address legal disputes within the Belt and Road market. Secondly, we should leverage Hong Kong's advantage in the finance and professional service to establish a comprehensive service platform for the BRI. Finance and professional service play a pivotal role in Hong Kong engagement in the BRI. Hong Kong needs to cultivate more professionally and consolidate resources in various fields related to the BRI to offer legal, shipping, finance, and consultation service to the Belt and Road markets. TDC has long organized international conferences, including the Asia Finance Forum and the Asia Summit on Global Health, to promote Hong Kong as a global hub for finance and professional services. Furthermore, Hong Kong will work closely cooperate with the Belt and Road countries to create an Asia healthcare investment platform and to promote business in the medical care, life and health, biotech, technological innovations, commerce and investments. Such endeavors will help Hong Kong develop into a biotech stock trading and financial hub. Thirdly, we should further leverage Hong Kong's positions as an international hub and share the stories and success of the BRI to enhance people-to-people connectivities. The Hong Kong business communities boost extensive global networks, enable it to play a significant role in fostering people-to-people connectivities under the BRI. The business sectors can organize group tours to key markets along the Belt and Road to increase networking and to engage in closer exchange and cooperation with more countries. The Hong Kong TDC, a pivotal platform for promoting Hong Kong, not only organized the Belt and Road Summit, but also hosts various international flagship events year-round. By capitalizing on the outreach effort of its 50 offices worldwide, Hong Kong TDC is able to widely share the story and success of the BRI. The central government supports Hong Kong in becoming a center of culture and artist exchange between China and foreign countries. Hong Kong should strive to enhance its cooperation in the areas with the Belt and Road countries, stage more exhibitions showcasing Belt and Road nations, and encourage the local business communities to create more internship related to Belt and Road countries for the younger people. By doing so, we can collectively build a pathway towards people-to-people connectivities. Fourth, we should further capitalize on the advantage of network of chambers of commerce to offer wider and support to Chinese enterprise worldwide participating in the BRI. Hong Kong chambers of commerce possess two advantages in promoting the BRI. Firstly, they enjoy an international edge. Over the years, Hong Kong chambers of commerce have formed closer partnership with consulates in Hong Kong, Global Chamber of Commerce, and overseas Chinese business associations, establish an extensive international network. Secondly, they serve Chinese-funded enterprise and have already established a robust global network of such enterprise. Those are well positioned to push for Chinese-funded enterprise participating in the BRI. These chambers of commerce can organize international forums and provide consultations, and pool together resources, assisting Chinese-funded enterprising in fostering connections with international business and exploring collaborations opportunities to expand the global presence. Fifth, we should actively cooperate with other cities in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay areas to extend business opportunities to the Belt and Road market. In June 2021, TDC had launched its Go GBA one-stop platform, which provides policy update, training, advisory service, business matching, and networking opportunities for those wishing to expand the business in the GBA. Hong Kong has further leveraged its position in the GBA and joined forces with other cities in the GBA to play a more central role in the international circulation strategies. The innovation and tech enterprise in the GBA can enhance cooperations and venture into the Belt and Road markets. We can capitalizing on the overseas economic and trade cooperation zone established by China along the Belt and Road, seeking preferential policy from the central governments for Hong Kong enterprise to enter these zones. Alternatively, enterprise in the GBA can forge a partnership to establish production base and supply chains, giving full play to Hong Kong roads as a pivotal hub for international circulations. As you can see, there are many opportunities to increase exchange, cooperations, and partnerships. And Hong Kong will continue to leverage its many advantages to support the growth of the Belt and Road Initiative and ensure the BRI continue to flourish in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lam, for that speech.
谢谢林建岳先生。接下来呢，也让我们掌声有请英国剑桥大学前高级研究员马丁·雅克先生上台发言。
Now we'd like to give the floor to Mr. Martin Jacks, former senior fellow at the University of Cambridge. Welcome.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Bohemian Cultural Forum for the invitation to speak to you today. When the Belt and Road Initiative was first launched 10 years ago, there was much excitement, anticipation, but also puzzlement. What is it? Was a widely asked question, and quite reasonably so, because Belt and Road was nothing like we had seen before. This was not a plan with fixed dates. There was nothing concrete. There were no boundaries. There was no end date. In every sense, it was open-ended. It was an idea. It was a concept. It was a totally new and original way of thinking about a project. Furthermore, it was on the hugest of scales, encompassing the great majority of the world's population. We have never seen anything like this before. The nearest was America's Marshall Aid Plan between 1947 and 1952. But that was puny in comparison. The point of departure for the idea of Belt and Roads was a reflection on China's own transformation. What lessons might be drawn from this for the developing world? What could the developing countries learn from it? At the heart of China's own transformation was state-led, large-scale investment in infrastructure. If it worked for China, then why not for others? Most of the Eurasian landmass, together with Africa and Latin America, suffered from a disabling shortage of infrastructure. Belt and Road would seek to change that. China would be the hub of the project. It would consist of a multitude of bilateral agreements between China and developing countries, with China providing the funding, typically in the form of loans. The response has been enormous, with 147 countries now part of Belt and Road. If many scratch their heads in puzzlement about Belt and Road when it was first announced, this has long ceased to be the case. Everyone now knows in varying degrees what it is about. In 10 short years, it has become part of the global geoeconomic firmament, no less than the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Let's remind ourselves where China was in 2013 when it was launched. It was in the process of emerging from the era of Deng Xiaoping, during which the overriding priority had been China's own economic development. It was quiescent on the global stage, seeking to keep a low profile, a rule taker, not a rule maker,
famous for its extraordinary economic growth rate, but not for its international initiative, which it sought to avoid. Little did we know at the time, but the launch of Belt and Road was to signal a huge shift in China's relationship with the world. It marked the moment of China's coming out, and it was to prove remarkably successful. It is not an exaggeration to argue that over the decade of its existence, it has changed the world. In what ways? First, Belt and Road promoted the question of development to a position of fundamental centrality on the global stage. The West had always paid little more than lip service to the developing world, which it looked down upon and treated in an exploitative, authoritarian, and paternalistic manner. Belt and Road offered a new kind of solution for the developing countries. And in the process, the developing world came to occupy an increasingly important position on the global stage. Second, Belt and Road forged a new relationship, a new kind of relationship between China and the developing world. China came to be seen as the champion of the developing countries. It became a powerful voice on behalf of the developing countries, not just by word, but crucially, by deed. Third, Belt and Road paved the way for a new kind of global alignment, and as a result, a new kind of global politics. The relationship between China and the developing world is not based on a shared view of politics or ideology, nor military alliances, but on the most important issue facing the great majority of the world's population, that of development. This is entirely different from the West's approach. Belt and Road has been the agency and stage for this shift, which we see expressed in many different ways, including the very independent attitude of the global South towards the Ukraine war. Belt and Road has heralded the rise of geoeconomics as a new force in geopolitics. Fourth, Belt and Road has introduced, for the first time, key tenets of Chinese philosophy to the wider world. For over 2 centuries, the language and concepts of international relations and international politics have been exclusively Western. That era is now well and truly over. With Belt and Road has come new ways of thinking. The ability to think in truly global terms, because development is quintessentially a global issue. A very different idea of time, in which timescales are hugely longer, far from being limited to a few years or at most a decade, as in the Western mind. In the case of Belt and Road, we must think in terms of half a century, or even without any time limits at all. Such is the challenge of development. Then we have the idea of win-win relationships rather than zero-sum thinking. And Belt and Road, of course, is the living embodiment of China's concept of a community of shared destiny. Belt and Road, if you like, is a crash course in Chinese philosophy. Fifth, Belt and Road is an entirely new kind of international institution. The international system has been dominated by US-style institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, whose distinctive characteristic is that they represent and speak on behalf of a small minority of humanity. Belt and Road, in contrast, is a new kind of international institution that seeks to represent 85% of the world who live in the developing countries. It offers us a glimpse of a very different kind of international system in which the interests of the majority rather than the minority predominate. Belt and Road comprises the great majority of the world's nations. They are drawn from across Eurasia, including Central Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East, and parts of Europe, together with Africa and Latin America. China's cumulative expenditure on Belt and Road since 2013 amounts to a huge $932 billion, a colossal contribution. It is also important for us to see Belt and Road as a dynamic institution, one that is constantly moving and changing as the world itself changes. In the initial phase, the main emphasis was on very large infrastructural projects. But alongside these, SMEs, environmental and climatic needs, digital technology, and green projects have been acquiring growing significance. The pandemic for a period inevitably led to significantly reduced Chinese investment. The Ukraine war means a new emphasis on maritime rather than land routes, one or two of which will, for the foreseeable future, be impossible. What then finally of the Western response to Belt and Road? The United States initially dismissed Belt and Road as irrelevant. But as a growing number of countries signed up to it, it became increasingly impossible to ignore. So the US tried another strategy, which was to undermine it, accusing it of debt diplomacy. But the contrary is the case. China has gone to great lengths to help countries avoid getting into deep debt. Between 2008 and 2021, it gave $240 billion to 20 distressed countries. Where necessary, it has renegotiated deals to make them less burdensome. Belatedly, the West has finally recognized that it needs to offer an alternative to Belt and Road. But there is little or no sign that the West, be it the US or the EU or the two combined, has the commitment, the resources, or the political conviction to come up with a viable alternative. It would require a huge shift in the West's attitude towards the developing world, one which is patently not forthcoming. After 10 years, the West has nothing to offer. Belt and Road is the only show in town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacks, for that speech.
好，接下来的时间也要有请本次论坛联合主办机构集友银行有限公司副董事长及行政总裁郑威先生上台发言，有请。
Now we give the floor to Mr. Zheng Wei, Vice Chairman and Chief Executive of the Qiyu Banking Corporation Limited, a co-organizer of this forum. Welcome.
紫荆文化集团文宏武总经理，各位嘉宾、各位朋友，大家上午好！非常高兴能够受邀出席“一带一路”10年成果和愿景论坛。 首先呢，非常感谢筹办这次活动的紫荆文化集团以及各位领导、学者、嘉宾的出席。相信呢，透过这次论坛呢，能够加强交流和互动，深入讨论，必定会让我们对香港金融界，尤其是中小银行如何进一步助力高质量共建“一带一路”，有更多、更深刻的启发和理解。2023年呢，是共建“一带一路”倡议提出的10周年。10年以来呢，“一带一路”建设取得了很大的进展，拉动了近1万亿美元的投资规模，形成了3000多个合作的项目，为沿线国家呢创造了42万个工作岗位，让近4000万人呢摆脱了贫困。中国与沿线国家的金融合作呢，也取得了很大的突破，金融政策合作程度呢不断的加深。中国与27个国家签署了“一带一路”投资融资指导原则，与超过了20个国家呢建立了双边的本币互换的安排，多边合作机制和融资渠道不断的拓宽。成立了亚投行和丝路基金，各类金融机构与沿线国家的合作呢也不断的加深，创新的金融产品不断涌现，满足了“一带一路”沿线国家多样化、多层次的金融服务需求。10年成果斐然，但作为面向21世纪的新型合作机制，10年不过是一个开始。展望下一个10年，新形势带来了新机遇，特别是早期加入“一带一路”的东南亚国家，在基础设施的硬联通以及规则标准的软联通支撑下，必将带来呢持续的经济效益，发展的层次呢也将更为丰富。新联通的地位和成果将更加的凸显。与民生相关的资金融通、民心相通的项目发展合作实践将日益的深入和增多。小而美的民生和文化合作项目呢，会有更大的发展空间，成为共建“一带一路”的新亮点。香港拥有领先的金融服务能力和华侨众多的市民结构，具备了在“一带一路”建设中发挥更大作用、为新联通工程做出更大贡献的天然优势。香港呢，与“一带一路”沿线华侨聚集地构成了千丝万缕的亲情、乡情、友情的纽带。是香港呢，汇集了世界最顶级的金融机构，汇聚了各路的金融人才。香港是中国与东盟投资合作的枢纽，并将在“一带一路”合作机制中获得世界级的融资平台功能和角色。香港金融服务的支柱是由大大小小、形形色色180多家的银行组成的，不同的银行呢也各有侧重，有的银行呢是主打国际贸易的，有聚焦英国及英联邦国家的客户的，有强于汇兑，有专精于大项目投资并购的。但是若以服务小而美的民生项目而言呢，深入东南亚华人华侨人心而论呢，集友银行特色呢是比较鲜明的。集友银行的创始人是世界华侨领袖、东南亚著名侨领陈嘉庚先生。1943年呢，创行的资金全部来自于侨汇。创行的业务定位和方向呢，包括了鼓励侨资向中国转移，扶植侨办生产企业，办理侨券储蓄等等。相关业务呢，都与华侨以及东南亚沿线国家密切相关。创行之初呢，集友银行没有选择在上海、广州这样的大城市，反而选择的是 广东的东兴、广西的柳州设立办事机构。主要的原因呢，就是因为当时在太平洋战争时期，东兴和柳州是华侨归国以及侨汇回国的重要的入口。那么在集友银行的参与和努力下呢，侨资内汇，转而经营各类生产事业，成为有益社会，生产资金稳定了金融市场和社会秩序。抗战胜利以后呢，集友银行总部搬迁到香港，借由深厚的华侨基础和人脉，成为南洋华侨与中国之间的超级联系人。时至今日，集友银行将自身的华侨基因与“一带一路”倡议相融合，特别注重加强沿线国家和地区侨团侨社的联系，开展多方位的服务，助力“一带一路”沿线国家的发展。集友银行长期注重与东南亚华人华侨的文化融合、情感联络，共同缅怀先贤事迹，共同培养后备俊才，成为“一带一路”的新联通做出了贡献。集友银行每年都会出访东南亚的主要国家，拜访当地的主要华人商会、同乡、宗亲团体等，在当地参观、支持和举办先贤事迹展览。集友银行尤其重视华人华侨的后备培养，近5年累计资助了东南亚留学生1000多名，开展壮丽70年加根精神伴我行的征文比赛、加根印象、留学生眼中的加根先生摄影比赛等丰富多彩特色活动，举办了多届的国际中学生陈加根常识比赛，提升了华侨大学生、中学生民族认同感和自信心，引起海内外社会各界的强烈反响。集友银行以此特色化的华侨金融服务为纽带，助力“一带一路”沿线国家的金融联系更加密切。早期集友银行呢，服务漂泊异乡的华侨，帮助他们把一封封带着嘱托和血汗钱的侨批送到家中。现在集友银行又培养一个个企业走出去，响应“一带一路”的倡议，为他们外出闯荡呢保驾护航。我举2个例子，就是在福建漳州有一家的这个科技公司，在向外发展的过程当中呢，与集友银行合作，通过集友银行的支持，在香港、泰国、印尼投资设厂。其中呢，在泰国已经有较大规模的这个工业园区，是福建“一带一路”海外的一个标杆企业，受到了泰国政府的高度重视。这个就是小而美的一个项目，是新联通的一种标志。那么深圳的另外一家芯片和智能硬件生产的企业呢，它的技术平台在集友银行的支持下呢，走到了美国、意大利、以色列等海外国家，在国内芯片行业中遭遇卡脖子的情况下呢，获得全球领先芯片原厂授权，代理高端先进芯片。凭借艰难的运作，在困难的时期呢，保持了供货渠道的畅通。今年是集友银行成立的80周年，在崭新的发展时期，将继续秉持专注服务华侨华人、广泛团结侨胞侨眷的初衷和使命，推进华侨金融迈向高质量发展的台阶，以此促进“一带一路”向纵深方向发展。集友银行将努力构建聚侨胞、拓侨道、建侨智、优侨服、树侨牌的5大体系。与此同时，确立了向南看的国际化战略，把目光投向了当年华侨拼搏奋斗过的地方，依托多年来在东南亚华侨中积累的人心和口碑，联络和设立当地机构，为华侨事业、为“一带一路”提供更优质的金融服务。最后呢，我祝愿今天的论坛圆满成功，祝各位领导、同事和嘉宾身体健康，事业顺利，家庭幸福。谢谢大家。
谢谢郑维先生。 接下来，让我们有请2019年度中国政府友谊奖得主、全球化智库高级研究员、美国学者、作家龙安志先生上台发言。
We now give the floor to Mr. Lawrence J. Bram, winner of the 2019 Chinese Government Friendship Award, Senior Research Fellow of the Center for China and Globalization, and an American scholar and writer. Welcome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to reflect for a moment on the words of the father of modern Chinese literature, whose writing we all love, Lu Xun. Lu Xun once wrote, 世界上本来就无路，没有路，走的人多了，那就变成了路。This is what we're talking about today in talking about the Belt and Road. And I'm going to tell you a story about a road. More than 40 years ago, when I was among the very first American students to come to China to study in 1981, we were the first wave. There were no roads. I remember going to Nankai University, where I was studying, from Beijing, and it took 4 to 5 hours on a dirt road on a rickety bus, half a day. Today, that same trip takes less than 30 minutes on a high-speed rail on which they serve bottled, healthy, glacial water, bottled at over 5,000 meters above sea level. That tells you about the infrastructure transformation that China has enjoyed and the way people's quality of living has gone from poverty to now hyper-development. Now, I remember very clearly, because I worked as an advisor to a number of China's administrations, and back in the days of Premier Zhu Rongji, as he was trying to marketize a planned economy, the key lay in roads, railway systems, docks, and of course, energy systems. Without roads, without infrastructure, there would be no way to bring investment into China's hinterland, and there'd be no way to bring products out. There'd be no way to develop an economy. So we call it the Belt and Road, because once you have a road, you have an economic zone that evolves naturally around it, and people's quality of life starts to move up very, very quickly, and you have transformation. Fast forward to today, that system of infrastructure is now moving with ecological civilization as another policy development toward green infrastructure. Deserts are being turned into solar farms, and villages that were left behind in the hinterland are now becoming ecological cities with smart, green, and blue infrastructure. Now, this is absolutely transformational, not only to China, but to the entire developing world. Because the developing world, the countries of South Asia, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Russia, Mongolia, Middle East, Africa, are all facing the exact same challenges that China has gone through and has successfully tackled with its own development model. In many ways, China has addressed issues that the World Bank and the IMF have failed to address because their approach is an economic model tied to political parameters and ideological thinking that may not be relevant at all to many of the cultures and countries and people that it's being imposed upon. But China has never said the Belt and Road is an economic model. It's never said we have an economic model. It said we have our own set of experiences that we're going to share with you, and the way those experiences will be applied may be very differently in each country and location. However, these experiences are now transforming the entire underdeveloped region. I'll just use an example. I remember when I was working in Africa for a while with many Chinese organizations. You're in a place called Mosquito Village in Tanzania. And bananas are growing, and they're piled up. And I said, why can't we transform this into some kind of packaged food? No electricity, so we have no factory. If we had electricity in a factory, we have no roads to bring the product anywhere. So this is absolutely essential to alleviating poverty. And we talk about institutions and countries of the West that are often talking about values and human rights and this and that. The fundamental human right is the right to be able to have your own transport, to be able to have electricity and be able to read, and to be able to have water, food, and health security, all of which are based on smart green and blue infrastructure. Now, I remember for decades coming to this hotel in the 90s onwards, and conferences were always about globalization. That was the main thing. And of course, World Bank, IMF reps were always there talking about the importance of globalization. Now, 3 years after COVID, we're talking about deglobalization, decoupling, de-risking. And of course, the lines of communication, transport, all kinds of things have collapsed or were collapsed after COVID. Of course, they can be rebuilt. But when you have a situation where you have the weaponization of finance through sanctions, sanctions against Russia, sanctions against many countries, now many sanctions being thrown at China, or the threat of sanctions. Sanctions against anybody they don't like. Look different from them, they put a sanction on you. This is cementing the deglobalization process. And what it is doing is creating two tracks in the world right now, two developmental tracks, which are very, very different. It's not what China's wanted. China has wanted global integration on a multilateral basis, but it's being pushed into a second track. And the reason why these sanctions can be put in place is because of dollar dominance. After World War II, the Bretton Woods system, the dollar as the main reserve currency, as the only clearing currency, the dollar dominance has been what has driven this system. Now, many countries are waiting for the next reserve currency. They're waiting for the next trade clearing currency. The euro cannot do this. The European Union has failed. And today, with the war in Europe, in Eastern Europe, it's not going to happen. So now we're looking at the most significant aspect of the Belt and Road's next stage of development is the globalization of the yuan currency. And this is directly related to us in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is the financing center of the Belt and Road. There is no other city in Asia, including Singapore, that can displace Hong Kong's financial efficiency. I'm born in New York. This is the most efficient city in the world in terms of finance and monetary policy. If we can now move forward with the globalization of the yuan currency, we're talking now also about a sovereign-backed digital currency with the yuan. This is transformational because it will now open up so many options to the Belt and Road countries for development that have not been seen before. And the world is now waiting for this. And this is Hong Kong's huge opportunity to be the next global driver. Now, with this, we're not talking anymore about just Belt and Road. We're now talking about a digital currency cyber Silk Road. But within this is the key question of settlement. If Hong Kong can now be the settlement center for Belt and Road transactions with a globalized yuan currency, this is totally transformational for Hong Kong and for all the other countries on the road. And the trillion-dollar question is, can that transaction, which now takes 3 days, be done in 3 seconds? If we can solve that in Hong Kong, this is not about a new megatrend. It is now about a global reset. Now, go do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand, for that unscripted speech.
接下来要掌声有请到的是哈萨克斯坦欧亚国际研究协会中国研究项目主任安童布加延科先生上台发言。
We now give the floor to Mr. Anton Bugayenko, Director of Chinese Research Projects at the Research Institute of EU IEC in Kazakhstan. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear participants, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to explain how we in Kazakhstan looks BRI and its perspective. I will briefly explain three pillars of BRI: geopolitics, economics, and the global governance. So, geopolitics. This year marks 10 years since Xi Jinping proclaimed BRI in Kazakhstan capital Astana. Choosing Kazakhstan for beginning of such a huge projects make me proud of my country. It shows Kazakhstan's role in Eurasia and recognition of our Eurasian policy for building Eurasian community. BRI proposed by Chinese leadership was very expected in Kazakhstan and in the rest of the Central Asia. As for more than 20 years of cooperation with our countries, China had not presented any specific documents defining its political or economic strategy for the region. And now we got not only strategy, but a view of growing the way to build up Eurasian community. The very background of BRI. For 20 years, we have laid the foundation: trade relations, political cooperation. Same time, China need BRI. The previous strategy, joint development with Russia in Central Asia, this strategy was failed. Economic initiatives in Shanghai Cooperation Organizations did not work. The creation of Eurasian Economic Union created Central Asia ties with China at that time. So Beijing came up with its own way, not to stop cooperation with Central Asia, but also not a confrontation with Russia. BRI let China's presence in the region be structured and goal setting. Without this, China's presence in Central Asia would be disorganized and reduced by the organized strategies of other great powers. In the new period, BRI led to the institutionalization of cooperation between China and Central Asia. The result is what we showed just last month, C5+1 format. Kazakhstan position in BRI. From the starting of Belt and Road Initiative, Kazakhstan was singularized by Beijing as a key element of the initiative. Kazakhstan was chosen for the start of Belt and Road Initiative for important reasons. First, Kazakhstan is the most stable state of the Central Asia, which has both political and economic potential to become partner. Second, transit opportunities. The vast territory of Kazakhstan allows projections with across of all Eurasia. It's Russia, Caspian Sea, Caucasus, Iran, even South Asia. Number three, a favorable investment climate. We started our reforms much earlier than our neighbors. Number four, and I think it's most important, ideas. Kazakhstan foreign policy concept is Eurasianism. It is very complementary to the idea of community of common destiny of Xi Jinping. In the same time, we are not a great power, so we can accept participation in other great power strategy easier than such a big power as Russia in Central Asia, or India in South Asia, or Japan or Korea in East Asia. So the importance of BRI for Kazakhstan. Cooperation today covers a huge number of projects in real sector of economy, industrial facilities and designate and build. We got benefits from it. First, economic complexity. China has become the largest foreign investor in Kazakhstani manufacturing industry. Before BRI, China had not invested in manufacturing at all. But now, we accumulated over $2–3 billion of Chinese companies' investments in Kazakhstan middle-sized manufacturing industry. We are also increasing the processing of metallurgy and oil products. Second, export diversification. We're exporting more non-oil goods to huge Chinese market. This is products of metallurgy and agriculture. Number 3, development of all regions of the country. New enterprises of Chinese companies established almost in all regions of Kazakhstan, not concentrated only in Almaty and Astana or oil field regions. This reduced the problem of concentration of FDI in the capitals. Number 4, development of transport infrastructure. The construction of roads has increased mid-range trade between southern Kazakhstan, Xinjiang, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. This helped grow our middle and small business. During transport roads, we are also gaining access throughout China to a huge market of Asia-Pacific region, and even not only export goods, but also for establishing other finance ties through China. Global governance. I would like to explain it from constructivism perspective. The BRI is not just China's Marshall Plan or China's neoliberalism actions in international relations. Beijing, through the BRI, constructs the world around China. First, China is faced with the hostility of the Western and needs a friendly community around the country. Second, the BRI will become China's future model for a new world order. 10 years ago, BRI was initially oriented towards preserving the current world order. Yes, China embraced the politics of neorealism, but also defended the ideas of economic liberalism, such as free trade, investments, open borders. Before the pandemic, BRI operated with the framework of the system of global created in the 1980s, Deng Xiaoping, Gaifan reforms. After the United States began to destroy world order it had created, China is no longer thinking about keeping the collapsing order, but more and more thinking of constructing a new order. BRI could be the basis of this vision. Why? Through the BRI, China gives impulse to the development of a new structure of international relations. Non-Western countries gain access to investments unrelated to the global capitalism. This is a source of building independent policy from the world capitalism. The interests of world capitalism often not match with national interests. But governments, for the sake of development, accepted these investments, even if affected of their own national interests of more equal development of society. The result was an export capitalism. The new elites were focused not on long-term development of the country, but on the withdrawal of capital to the Western finance system. This was also a case of Kazakhstan, what we had in Kazakhstan. What China did? China has made revolution in this system 2 times. First times when China refused to completely follow the Washington Consensus and then surrender its national interests to the United States in 2010s. The second time when China began to implement this view in the BRI. Through the BRI, China took its idea of independent development outside with supported by finance. Of course, China following own interests, but but these interests are national development, same as interests of all nation governments across the world. China's investments turned the construction of the global world order back to the national interests and the interests of people. I consider this is the most important achievement of BRI. The reaction of the West was an attempt to take China outside of this system. But this has only accelerated the process of disintegration of the old world order. And here, BRI has a good chance of becoming one of the foundation of the new world order. For Kazakhstan, it's necessary to survive in such of this turbulence. Cooperation with China gives us an opportunity to bargain in good terms for our development in the future world order. In Beijing, understand that China cannot build a new world order based on hegemony, as the United States once did. That is why China listens to other great powers and even small countries like Kazakhstan. And this is important for us. Our voice is taken into account, and the world architecture corresponds to our interests, our national interests too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bugayenko, for that speech.
最后，也让我们用掌声有请大紫荆勋衔香港兰桂坊集团主席盛智文先生上台发言。
We're going to give the floor, and I think he's ready, Mr. Alan Zeman, owner of the Grand Bohemia Medal and chairman of the Lan Gui Fong Group. Welcome.
Honorable guests, my fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, normally I don't write a speech. Normally I speak like Lawrence Brahm did, off the cuff, but because Bohemia needed the speech translated beforehand, so it's my first time I'm going to read a speech out, but I will also interject. It's my pleasure to speak to you today about one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in modern history, the Belt and Road Initiative. Launched in 2013 by China's President Xi Jinping, the initiative aims to build a vast network of transportation, energy, and telecommunications infrastructure across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Today, I'd like to discuss the decade of achievements of the Belt and Road Initiative and the prospects for high-quality development. And before I go on to the next project, this is so important for China, because China is now changing, going from what previous was a West and East globalization model, which has now fallen apart, of course, as we've seen. It is now dependent on China, with this Belt and Road, really having new partners, new people, developing new energy together, and China can then grow stronger and stronger. Over the last decade, time after time, the Belt and Road Initiative has proven to be one of the most significant initiatives, not just for China, but for the international society as a whole, except the West. Since its launch, the initiative has made significant progress in connecting countries and regions through infrastructure development, trade, and investment. According to data from the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, by the end of 2020, China had signed 201 cooperation agreements with 138 countries, 31 international organizations, with a total investment of over $4 trillion. And this presents a whole new world for China. It opens up a whole new marketplace. And it increases a lot of these underdeveloped countries who really can prosper with being closer to China. One of the key achievements of the Belt and Road Initiative is the construction of new infrastructure that has opened up trade routes and boosted economic growth in participating countries. For example, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is a flagship project of the initiative, has made significant progress in building highways, railways, and ports, which has led to the development of special economic zones and industrial parks in Pakistan. Similarly, the construction of the Mombasa-Nairobi standard gauge railway in Kenya has significantly reduced transportation costs and boosted economic activity in the region. And as these countries become stronger because of the help of the Belt and Road, it only benefits trade with China and development with China, and you will have a whole new world. If you look into the next 50 years, it'll be a different world from today. China can only get stronger and stronger. The Belt and Road Initiative has also contributed to the development of green and sustainable infrastructure, which is so important in today's world. China has been actively promoting the use of renewable energy in the Belt and Road projects, such as wind, solar, and hydropower, to reduce carbon emissions and combat climate change. For example, the Belt and Road Initiative has supported the construction of the world's largest solar plant in the United Arab Emirates, which is expected to generate clean energy for over 90,000 households. And this is something that is so important for the world, reducing all the so-called renewable energy, which we need to have the new world of renewable energy. Another significant achievement of the Belt and Road Initiative is the promotion of people-to-people exchanges and cultural cooperation. The initiative has facilitated exchanges between different countries in areas such as education, tourism, and sports, which has helped to promote mutual understanding and friendship among people from different cultures. And this is a whole new world for China, because in the past, China was always dependent on the West. Today, it's a new world coming. Despite these achievements, the Belt and Road Initiative has faced criticism and challenges. Critics have raised concerns about the environmental impact of infrastructure projects, debt sustainability, and the lack of transparency in project financing and procurement. However, China has taken steps to address these concerns by adopting a green and sustainable approach to infrastructure development, promoting debt sustainability, and improving transparency and accountability in projects financing and procurement. And this is very, very important for each country so that they can prosper. Let's not forget COVID-19. The pandemic has had a significant impact on the global economy and has disrupted international trade and investment. The pandemic has also highlighted the importance of health infrastructure and disease control measures, which may require additional investment under the Belt and Road Initiative. And what COVID taught us is that we have to be prepared. We have to be proactive, not reactive. And that's for the world, basically. In the next decade, the Belt and Road Initiative will focus on enhancing connectivity and promoting trade and investment, particularly in the areas of digital technology, innovation, and green development. For example, China plans to promote the construction of a digital Silk Road, which will facilitate the development of digital infrastructure and technology cooperation among participating countries. This will help to bridge the digital divide and promote inclusive growth in the region. And this is the future, as everybody knows. The digital world is what the world is all about today. And China, of course, with Shenzhen as the leader, will be one of the leaders in really coordinating this Belt and Road. As a global offshore renminbi business hub, if Hong Kong can push forward, as Lawrence has talked about, and utilize its position as super connector and play out the digital superhighway, then Hong Kong will not only be able to push forward the internationalization of the renminbi, but also become the digital gateway of the digital Silk Road. Overseas investors can use Hong Kong's professional financial and legal services, investing in renminbi financial products and derivatives with Bond Connect and the newly launched northbound trading of Swap Connect. Hong Kong will not merely be a conventional international financial center. Instead, this paves the way for Hong Kong as a digital international financial center. A fintech center providing fintech-based financial services, an offshore renminbi settlement and clearance center for digital Silk Road Online, and mobile payments, a trading center for digitalized assets, as well as a token economy with launching cryptocurrency for transactions for countries participating in digital Silk Road projects. Now, this is a whole new world. We have to get away from the dominance of the US dollar since post-World War II. And that is the last bastion that the West has in their hand, the US dollar, the clearinghouse of sending every bank, sending everything back to the US. Hong Kong, China and Hong Kong, we need to get away from that. And the digitalization of the Belt and Road countries is the way forward. Apart from financial products, Hong Kong can also leverage on the construction of Web3 ecosystem. Hong Kong can help bringing China's digital technology countries on digital Silk Road route and hereby helping Hong Kong and China utilizing and sharing big data for further development of smart city. This will act as example for countries along the digital Silk Road route and encourage these countries to share data with China and Hong Kong for future cooperation and development. Another key aspect of the Belt and Road Initiative is high-quality development, is the promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship. China plans to support the development of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems in participating countries, which will help to promote technological innovation and economic growth. This will include the establishment of innovation centers, technology transfer platforms, and startup incubators, which is very, very important to all these countries. China will continue to promote green development in Belt and Road projects, including the use of renewable energy, green transportation, and green finance. This will help to reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainable development in participating countries. China has also announced plans to establish the Belt and Road International Green Development Coalition, which will promote green development and cooperation among participating countries. So as we can see, China is leading this in the proper way into the future. The Belt and Road Initiative has made significant achievements over the past decade in promoting infrastructure development, trade, and people-to-people exchanges. Despite challenges and criticism, China has taken steps to address concerns and promote high-quality development. President Xi describes the Belt and Road Initiative as a path towards happiness for the world, and China is willing to work together and open a new page of cooperation with Eurasian countries. And just for myself speaking, we are very, very lucky to have President Xi as the head of China. I mean, he has really changed China and really made it a dynamic country and will lead the world. I say within the next 5 years, China will not be number 2 economy in the world, be number 1 in the world. And trust me, I'm usually right. Looking ahead, the Belt and Road Initiative will focus on enhancing connectivity, promoting green development, and fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. By pursuing these goals, the Belt and Road Initiative has the potential to promote sustainable and inclusive growth in participating countries and contribute to the development of a more interconnected, prosperous world. And all I can say is the future is in China's hands for the world. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zeman, and I would like to take this chance to thank every single one of distinguished guests who came up on stage and gave us their speech today for their brilliant speeches. I think let's give them a round of applause, please.
是的，谢谢所有嘉宾为我们带来的致辞和分享。那么，尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，今天上午我们的论坛仪式到此就要告一段落了。非常感谢各位的出席。接下来呢，将会是午餐时间，各位可以根据就餐提示到指定的餐厅就餐。圆桌论坛将会在下午的2点开启。谢谢。
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, our morning proceedings of this forum now has come to a conclusion. Please proceed to the designated dining hall if you are going to have lunch here. Our roundtable forum will begin at 2 p.m. sharp. So we'll see you there. Thank you. 尊敬的各位领导、各位亲爱的来宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。欢迎出席“一带一路”10年成果和愿景紫荆文化论坛之圆桌论坛。 Respected leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Roundtable Forum under the Bauhinia Culture Forum on BRI, Decade of Achievements and Prospects of High Quality Development. 那在今天上午的开幕仪式上，我们相信大家都聆听到了行政长官和各位嘉宾们关于“一带一路”的精彩致辞，还有演讲。相信大家对于“一带一路”的倡议有了更加深入、深刻、全面的认识、了解和认识。那在今天下午的圆桌论坛环节，我们会有来自“一带一路”沿线国家以及香港的专家学者们、行业精英，围绕着推动“一带一路”金融与经济合作、促进“一带一路”沿线国家民心相通，以及香港参与“一带一路”建设等话题，我们要做深入的交流与探讨。This morning, we had the pleasure of listening to insightful and thought-provoking speeches from our esteemed guests, enriching our understanding of the Belt and Road Initiative, which I'll call BRI from here on out. And in the afternoon, in our roundtable forum, we will conduct in-depth discussions and exchanges on key topics, including advancing financial and economic cooperation along the Belt and Road, promoting interactions and connectivity among the nations along the Belt and Road, and Hong Kong's involvement in the BRI. Today, we'll have experts, scholars, industry elites from countries and regions along the Belt and Road. 在我们圆桌论坛正式开始之前，请允许我代表论坛的组委会向大家介绍出席本次圆桌论坛的嘉宾。Before our roundtable forum begins, please allow me on behalf of the organizing committee of the forum to introduce the distinguished guests who will be attending our roundtable forum. 欢迎全国政协常委、西九文化区管理局董事局主席唐英年先生。香港特区政府商务以及经济发展局副局长陈百里先生，集友银行副董事长及行政总裁郑威先生，中国联通国际有限公司董事长兼行政总裁孟树森女士，紫荆杂志社社长杨勇先生，中央政府驻港联络办经济部处长徐银辉先生，香港中国企业协会副会长兼总裁于晓先生，中国侨联副主席卢文端先生，全国政协常委、香港福建社团联会荣誉主席吴良好先生，全国政协常委、中国和平统一促进会香港总会会长姚志胜先生，全国政协委员、香港义德集团董事局主席高佩璇女士，原全国政协常委、香港福建社团联会荣誉顾问杨孙熙先生，原全国政协常委、香港福建社团联会荣誉顾问周安达元先生，香港福建社团联会荣誉主席、珠海学院校董会主席林广照先生，集友银行业务总监王冰玲女士。出席本次论坛的重要嘉宾还有菲律宾香港商会主席叶海兴先生，马来西亚港澳商会主席严希俊先生，马来西亚港澳商会副主席刘敏华先生，香港印度尼西亚商会董事何振东先生， 新加坡商会执行董事林文耀先生。以及还有来自英国、美国、哈萨克斯坦、塞尔维亚、阿联酋等“一带一路”沿线国家的专家学者，香港的金融界、经济界、科技界、文化界、教育界、媒体界的嘉宾代表们，让我们再次以热烈掌声欢迎各位的到来。好。首先，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎全国政协常委、西九文化区管理局董事局主席唐英年先生为我们做圆桌论坛的主旨演讲，掌声欢迎。Please welcome Mr. Henry Tang, a standing committee member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and chairman of the board of the West Kowloon Cultural District Authority, who will be delivering a keynote speech at our roundtable forum. Welcome.
各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。今天我非常荣幸能够在紫荆文化论坛跟各位一起探讨“一带一路”10年的成果和愿景。“一带一路”的倡议10年来，从理念到共识，从构思到实践，正在一步一步的走稳、走远、走深、走实，国际影响力也不断的提升，也开启了国家与全球经济发展的新篇章。从经济角度来说，“一带一路”是有非常重要的战略价值。“一带一路”的倡议的范围涵盖东亚、东盟、西亚、南亚、中亚、非洲、中东、中欧等等100多个国家和经济体，总面积是超过600万平方公里，人口占全球的60%，贸易占全球40%，生产总值是占全球1/3。“一带一路”的核心是建设一个跨国家和跨地域的开放经济体系。习近平主席自从2013年提出了共同建设丝绸之路经济带及21世纪海上丝绸之路“一带一路”发展战略，不断的促进成长。但发展道路并不是没有颠簸的。虽然西方国家不断的攻击，但是到2022年底，中国已经与150个国家、32个国际组织签署了200多份共建“一带一路”的合作文件。中国企业在沿线国家建设的合作区已经累计投资近4000亿人民币，为当地创造超过42万个就业岗位。此外呢，中老铁路、以色列海法尔新港等都是“一带一路”的重大项目成功例子。经历了10年，国家用行动来证明“一带一路”倡议在努力构建经济发展的新次序，达到习近平主席倡议的人类命运共同体最终的理念。这个“一带一路”的高质量发展将会是今后的新路径。党的20大报告和19届6中全会中有指出，“一带一路”是要高质量发展，就要推动“一带一路”沿线国家经济发展和民生改善的合作专题，构建和平之路、繁荣之路、开放之路、绿色之路、创新之路和文明之路。事实上，这也是国家扩大对外开放、构建国内国际双循环格局的现实要求。“一带一路”的高质量发展与国内经济高质量发展是紧密相连的，也是推动全球产业分工体系的布局更加合理的重要举措。 国家是需要深化“一带一路”参与国的朋友圈，来了解这些经济的实际需要和发展的模式，从而把项目的产业升级、优化要素配置，要推动高质量的发展。此外呢，国家还需要提升项目的风险防范机制，要识别风险，有前瞻性的预测和更准确的评估“一带一路”项目的风险，来加强资讯可以令到风险评估更为准确。我相信在座有很多位都是从事金融业的，资讯对你们来讲是你们的命脉，要有充分的资讯，才能够做到一个全面评估的投资项目，从而令到风险减到最低，回报提到最高的。所以国家可以跟国际多边机构和欧盟、欧洲等国家加强沟通合作，从而掌握到更全面、更精确的宏观情况的。成为“一带一路”的融资中心是香港的方向。香港是我们国家的唯一国际金融中心，也是香港的第一优势，应该抓紧方向，扮演好国家“一带一路”高质量基建项目的融资平台。香港在“一带一路”中，我们是参与者，也是推动者。香港是全球顶尖的资产管理中心，具有为“一带一路”沿线国家提供多元化的融资以及风险管理产品，还有我们的专业服务，包括会计、咨询、项目管理和完善的法律制度和贸易政策，为国家贸易提供了稳定的环境，也为香港成为“一带一路”沿线国家的地区开展贸易合作和投资理想选择。“一带一路”的朋友圈可以选择在香港成立区域总部，开展区域业务，从而令到香港可以协助国家推动“一带一路”高质量发展。香港的供应链的管理能力和物流的基础设施也是非常发达，令到香港成为“一带一路”的一个重要的融资区域和物流的中心。香港在“一带一路”的倡议下推动人民币的国际化。香港是全球最大的离岸人民币清算中心，也是内地最大的外资来源地。我们现在是正在全力的推动人民币国际化的发展步伐。根据2022年国家统计的数据，“一带一路”倡议所建起的6廊6路的基础建设的架构。此外，根据市场统计，“一带一路”沿线国家潜在的基建需求规模，每年可以达到大约1.1万亿美元。倘若这些基建项目都可以利用人民币和本币来交收，并在香港进行交易结算，人民币国际化的步伐更可以进一步的加快，而香港国际金融中心的角色也可以更加巩固。最近的港交所的人民币交易产品能够用人民币来做结算，是一个好的开始。我也希望能够看见更多的产品、投资产品能够以人民币来做结算，令到在香港的人民币能够多一个流通的渠道，从而令到人民币走向国际更加全面、更加透彻。今天我们下午这个圆桌，首先当然是第一个是金融，但是第一个是人文的发展。人文的发展当然离不开我们文化的发展。我是西九文化局的主席，所以我也 免不了一定要说几句关于文化的。我们中国文化源远流长，底蕴非常深。我们中国的软实力能够走出去，是在以文化来推动的，是一个非常非常好的渠道。为什么我说文化是一个非常好的渠道呢？因为我们利用这个软实力，令到世界上对我们中国更加认识，就沟通会更好，能够更强，从而透过人民的相互了解，透过大家对我们中国的了解，就能够更好的把我们中国的故事，把香港的故事说得更好。同时，一带一路是一个多方向的交通渠道，多方向就不光是我们中国的文化能够走出去，更加能够把一带一路的300多个国家和地区的文化也能够透过一带一路的渠道引进来。我认为构建人类命运共同体，透过文化来促进人文的发展，是一个非常非常好的渠道。所以我希望香港能够做好“十四五”规划当中要求我们做的，作为一个中外文化艺术交流中心，这个能够成为我们未来金融业之后一个重要的行业呢。我认为这个是我们香港能够扮演的角色，也能够办好的一个角色。最后，习近平主席在2021年提出，要以高标准、可持续、惠民生为目标，来加快高质量发展。这3个目标是一带一路高质量发展的着力点。愿香港与内地携手并进，一同开创一带一路下一个10年美好的新将来。谢谢大家。
非常谢谢唐英年先生的致辞，为我们的圆桌论坛开了一个非常好的头。那在我们圆桌论坛正式开始之前，本次论坛联合主办机构集友银行隆重举行跨境业务和华侨金融部的揭牌仪式。我们邀请各位在现场的嘉宾，跟我们共同见证这个重要的时刻。那集友银行是一间由著名爱国侨领陈嘉庚先生在1943年创办的侨资银行。自成立以来，集友银行高举华侨金融旗帜，发挥银行密切联系东南亚等“一带一路”沿线国家和地区广大华侨华人的独特优势，助力香港企业、内地企业与“一带一路”沿线国家和地区的华侨华人企业双向进入，助推中国“一带一路”建设和香港繁荣稳定不断贡献力量。那今年是集友银行成立80周年。那最近集友银行成立跨境业务与华侨金融部，着力为“一带一路”的广大华侨华人以及企业提供更加优质高效的跨境综合金融服务体系。那现在我们要邀请我们的主礼嘉宾上台为我们做一个开幕揭幕仪式哦。我们邀请共同为集友银行的跨境业务与华侨金融部成立揭牌，有请集友银行副董事长以及行政总裁郑威先生，全国政协常委西九文化区管理局董事局主席唐英年先生，香港特区政府商务以及经济发展局副局长陈百里先生，中国侨联副主席卢文端先生，全国政协常委、香港福建社团联会荣誉主席吴良好先生，全国政协常委、中国和平统一促进香港总会会长姚志胜先生，香港中国企业协会副会长兼总裁于晓先生。我们要邀请我们第2排的主礼嘉宾上台登台。我们有请杨孙熙先生、林广照先生、周安达元先生、叶海清先生、刘敏华先生、林文耀先生以及何振东先生。 好，在他们上台的同时，跟大家介绍，就是我们接下来在我们第一排的嘉宾前面有一个启动的装置。那届时呢，我们就会请嘉宾们在我们的口令的一声令下，请嘉宾们将你们的右手放在这个启动装置上面。现在先不放啊，先不放啊，我们等我们的主礼嘉宾就位。好，在我们准备开始之前，再跟大家说一下，在我口令3、2、5、4、3、2、1之后呢，请你们将你们的右手放在这个启动仪式上。好，准备好了吧？好，我们请导播帮我们准备好。5、4、3、2、1，放右手，一起按下为集友银行跨境业务与华侨金融部成立亮灯，揭牌成立。好，我们请各位主礼嘉宾面向镜头，我们合影留念。好，让我们再次热烈掌声祝贺集友银行跨境业务与华侨金融部揭牌成立，期待集友银行为“一带一路”建设做出更大的贡献。好，谢谢你们，请你们先回座。各位在，请慢步回座啊。好，各位亲爱的嘉宾朋友们，由唐英年先生以及主礼嘉宾，还有其他的公务先行离席，再次热烈掌声，感谢他们的到访，好吗？好 ，Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Henry Tang and other officiating guests have other official engagements, so we like to thank them for being here today. 那接下来我们要开始我们的金融与经济圆桌论坛，我们有请参加本环节的嘉宾到台上就座。Now we will now commence the roundtable forum on finance and economy. I'd like to invite the guests participating in this session to come up on stage. They are. 让我们欢迎集友银行业务总监王冰玲女士 ，Miss Wang Bingling, Business Director of Chiyu Banking Company Limited. 阿联酋阿布扎比执行局主席前战略顾问李思睿先生 ，Mr. Abraham Hashem, former Public Policy and Strategy Advisor to the Chairman of the Abu Dhabi Executive Office of the UAE. 马来西亚港澳商会副主席刘敏华先生 ，Mr. Liu Mingfa, Deputy Chairman, the Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, Hong Kong and Macau. 以及岭南大学的潘苏通沪港经济政策研究所所长何乐生先生 ，Mr. Ho Lok Sang, Director of the Pan Sutong Shanghai Hong Kong Economic Policy Research Institute from the Lingnan University. Okay, I get a seat too. 首先，谢谢各位的到来 ，Thank you for being your appearance on stage there. 我想刚刚我们经过了一番的这个主礼嘉宾的演讲，大家也都知道，我们也都看到这“一带一路”这10年来的成果，它的发展、它的变化，它也面临的挑战等等。所以今天我们请各位以你们的在工作领域方面来为我们阐述一下你们看到这10年的“一带一路”的变化，以及你们有什么样的感想，跟我们做分享，然后我们借这个机会来一起交流一下。So I think we've heard the keynote speeches today earlier. You're probably going to need that translation on later for them. But we'd like to take this opportunity, we'd like you to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about what you feel about RBI this past decade. initiation, its development, its changes, its progress, its evolution, and maybe some of the challenges it still faces from your field of work, from your field of study, and share with us how you feel, and then maybe we'll start some kind of discussion right here. 那不如我们就发挥我们的绅士风度，我们让女士优先，好吧？请王女士，我们首先分享一下您对今天怎么来到这个论坛，特别从这个过去的10年以及未来的10年“一带一路”的发展的一个展望，来为我们做一下阐述，以及当然也根据我们今天早前开幕仪式上，还有刚刚包括唐一年先生的这个致辞，从当中的一些演讲当中，您个人的一些感想和看法，谢谢。
OK，Thank you。可以听到吗？
有。
非常感谢今天大会的邀请。作为集友银行，我们今天是这个联合主办方。那么在于我呢，其实我有准备了稿子，但是我不打算念了。为什么？因为今天的感触实在是太多了。从今天上午的一系列的非常有价值的一些 keynote speech， 还有刚才唐主席给予的一些文化、金融以及人文的一些交流，我觉得我不需要稿子了。那么为什么说集友银行和一带一路，以及我们刚才的揭牌是华侨金融？为什么集友银行我们会选择这个？就是因为在这10年的一带一路的推进当中，我们能看到，只要有海的地方就有我们华人华侨。因为我的父亲是新加坡归侨，所以我从小有经常听到这样一句话：有海的地方就会有我们华人华侨。那么在10年的一带一路的推进中，我们沿线国家和地区的华人华侨侨企，我们不仅仅是共建者，我们还是共享者。这就是为什么集友银行以及我们的母行厦门国际选择以服务华侨金融为我们的主要的一个服务方向客群。这就是我们对我们祖国10年以来推动的一带一路，我们的最实际、最热烈的反应，就是我们从心底里知道我们要做这件事情。这个就是我想说的第一点。第二一点，在集友银行当中，我们是有深刻的华侨基因的。从我们上午的我们的 CEO 郑薇总裁他的这个讲话当中，我们能知道，著名的侨领陈嘉庚先生是我们的创始人。那么在1943年，累计这么些年，我们用在服务和支持祖国东南亚以及香港的教育事业和经济事业，我们从我们以航养校，我们总共投了28亿港元，这样是持续我们80年来依然是不改初心。我们将会继续下去，我们将会向着我们100年的基友始终如此。这就是我们对“一带一路”和华侨金融我们最深的、最贴切的，我们坚持的决心和恒力。那么今天呢，非常高兴，我们共同能够去期待更好的“一带一路”的未来。我们也相信“一带一路”能够让更多人认识中国。我们也期待在今天这个论坛之后，也希望借着这个论坛，告诉所有的海外的华人华侨侨胞侨企们，在香港有那么一家80周年的华侨金融银行，一直在惦念着你们，它的名字就叫集友银行。Thank you so much。谢谢。
谢谢王女士，为我们介绍集友银行的过去、它的历史以及它的展望、它的未来。那说到这个华人华侨，我想接下来我们就请另外一位马来西亚的港澳商会的副主席刘敏华先生，因为说到华侨，马来西亚的华侨非常的多，而且经商能力非常的强，在马来西亚的这个经济的这个成长当中扮演着一个不可或缺的角色。可不可以跟我们介绍一下这一带一路对于马来西亚，特别是这个经商的这些朋友们来说，又是个什么样的意义？未来又有一个什么样的一个展望
？Thank you, and I would like to extend my appreciations to invite Malaysian Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong to participate in this meaningful event. As the moderator have said that Malaysia has always been a important part of the community, because I think Malaysia is unique because we are situated along the Straits of Malacca, which has always been the most important transit route between the East and the West. I think 95% of the Chinese oil imports actually goes through Straits of Malacca. And with that trade zone, I must say that Malaysia has always been performing that role since many, many years ago. I think going back in histories, I think in the 1400s, the legendary explorer Zheng He, when he went down to Nanyang, and that is where I think he stopped by Malacca 5 times out of the 7 times in his voyages along that route. And obviously, he contributed to developments of Malacca itself, and obviously the Silk Road that went through. I think basically that has always been a very important part of it, and obviously it helped make Malaysia and obviously Singapore as a very important transit hub for the region. And I think on the connectivity side, we are very pleased to say that Malaysia is a country with a multi-cultural and a multi-racial countries. It's like a melting pot. I'm glad to say that actually the number of Malaysian Chinese Hua Chiao like myself, which account for a big percentage of the Malaysian populations. And I can probably say that probably the number of Chinese outside China is probably in Malaysia, which probably people doesn't realize. I think the concentration of the Chinese in Malaysia, who is very much part of the social economics of the country and the development of the country, that can always been quite known to most people in Hong Kong. So I think with that connectivity that we had, and obviously most of our Hua Chao basically speaks Mandarin, and also a lot of dialects like Minnan-Yi, Kejiayu, and Denten. I think that has always been a very important part that connect the link between Malaysia to China. I think we're very proud of it, and I think that still continue, and today is continued to flourish. I think there are certain elements of Malaysia that probably people don't realize. Is like Xiamen Daxue actually have a campus in Malaysia. I think that is one of the only public universities in China who have a campus in Malaysia. Actually, one of my nephews is a second-year student there. It's a beautiful campus. I think that reflects basically the mutual cooperations and mutual trust that these two communities has. And I think that is continue to flourish. And obviously then on the other side of it, I think the Belt and Road has always been enhance our connectivity, because Malaysia as a country, we actually have a very, very good infrastructures in terms of highways, digital networks, and so on. But having said that, actually, one of the latest project that has taken off is a 160 billion renminbi project, which is the East Coast Railway. Basically, that connects the east coast of Malaysia Peninsula and the west coast of Peninsula Malaysia. That basically has the railway for the people and for the goods. I think that will basically enhances the connectivity of Malaysia to the whole ASEAN region. And I think Malaysia being part of an ASEAN country, which is there are now 11 nations, but I think Malaysia has always been one of the major players in the region. I think with ASEAN collectively, which we like to say is basically the third most populous country, a region with the most population after India and China. And obviously in terms of economic, I think it's going to be the 4th largest economy in the world going forward by 2030. I think that is a part that I think Malaysia would be able to play a role because of our language strength. And I think obviously our ability to communicate well, and our culturally we are similar. You know, if you get a chance to go to Malaysia, you realize that you can live without speaking any other language but Chinese or Cantonese. So I want to pass it back to the moderator, and maybe I'll let the rest of these speakers to share their vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Mr. Liu. Thank you. And so Ms. Wang and Mr. Liu are from the business side, from the finance side, from the commerce side. And we have 2 other speakers here who are from the academic side. And so I guess I'm going to pass the torch to Mr. Hashem, because from an academic side, I would like to hear your take on what we're talking about here today, which is the BRI. What does the UAE, and in a larger picture, how does the Middle East see the last decade of the BRI initiative, of the BRI, its accomplishments, and especially the connectivity? How would China or the East Asia connect with the Middle East and the UAE, and how your take on that?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Well, the world is going through a major transformation, and this transformation is driven primarily by the rise of China and its initiatives. And of course, there are other nations that are rising, India and others, but primarily over the last 20 years, specifically 10 years, China has been driving this change, and the BRI has been contributing to it. The transformation that is happening is not happening only at the global level. It's also happening at sub-global levels, at regional levels. So I come from the Middle East, I come from the Arab world, and we are experiencing major, major changes. You have all seen the reconciliation that was unthinkable just a couple of years ago between Saudi Arabia and Iran, brokered by China. And this reconciliation is having a major positive impact, not only on the bilateral relations between these two nations, but also on the entire region. Now, just going back to the point of BRI, so BRI, when it was introduced 2013, there were 3 categories of countries or people when they were viewing the initiative. There were those who thought this idea was brilliant because their need, their infrastructure investment need was not met by the legacy Bretton Woods organizations. So when Xi Jinping introduced that idea, although it was high level, it was not really clear to the audience who were listening to his speech, but a lot of people hoped that it would be implemented and its results will be benefiting the rest of the world, but more specifically, the low-income countries that were locked out of the infrastructure investment. So, and the other category, there were some skeptics who were saying, well, this is wishful thinking. This idea, this initiative is just fanciful. It's not gonna happen. And there were others who were saying, this is just a fad, it's going to fade away with time, and China is not serious about it. Now, after 10 years, we know China has been really serious about it. And to really know how or why China has been serious about it, BRI has been already included in the Chinese constitution. As we heard earlier today, the Chinese officials and the officials of other countries, including my country, UAE, Saudi Arabia. We heard Saudi Arabia, UAE mentioned a number of times today. It's interesting to hear that because 10 years ago, I don't think in this hall you would hear Saudi Arabia, UAE being mentioned. Also in my region, you wouldn't hear Hong Kong or China. Well, China would be mentioned like 20 years ago. It wouldn't be mentioned, but slightly. But now, everybody in our region talks about China, and the future is being more linked with China. So just going back to the point, our region and the BRI, our region is benefiting enormously from the BRI project. And the BRI project, for us, is not really one-way investment. It's not investment coming from China to our region only. Although China is investing heavily in our region, China has investment and contracts worth around $100 billion invested in our region. And Saudi Arabia and UAE take around 75% of this investment. But at the same time, also, our countries are contributing to BRI. You will ask me why or how? Well, because we see a lot of synergies and a lot of complementarities between what being proposed in the BRI and our strategies. Earlier today, I think it was the chief executive, John Lee, who highlighted the alignment between the BRI and the vision of BRI with the vision of our countries. He mentioned specifically Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is the largest economy in our region. But the alignment is also happening with other countries, including my country. So we have our own 2030 vision. Egypt has its own 2030 vision. And these countries are aligning their vision with the BRI and vice versa. The BRI also aligning with these countries' national strategies. Going back to the point of, I don't want to really talk, I've got so many things to talk about, but just going back to the point of whether China is really imposing this project on the rest of the world. I don't think this project over the last 10 years has been artificially propped up by low quality investment. This project has been growing organically. Why? Because there is a business need not met by the world, by the organizations of Bretton Woods and others. We know that there's a huge gap. There's a huge infrastructure investment gap in the world. By 2040, the gap is estimated at around $15 trillion. So that's basically around slightly less than $1 trillion every year. And if these countries do not get on the first rung of the development ladder by getting infrastructure and roads and bridges and so on and so forth, they're not going to reach middle income or even dream of just reaching developed countries' status or level. So I will just stop there, and then maybe later on we will just talk more about it.
Thank you, Mr. Hashim. To build upon that, 我想想请这个何先跟我们谈一谈，因为我们刚刚听到这个李思睿先生谈到了这一带一路倡议这10年来对中东地区的一个影响，它的一个投入，它的一个让中东地区的一个带来的一些变化。那回到亚洲，一带一路这10年来说，对整个不光是中国，对整个大中华地区的一个整个变化影响，你个人是怎么看？怎么理解？
我首先呢，我觉得那个一带一路这个概念呢，完完全全是一个反映这个所谓全球主义这个观点。因为今年年初的时候，习主席就提出这个Global Civilization Initiative 那个全球文明倡议。这个全球文明倡议呢，就是全球观，从一个全球的那个可持续性这个观点去看，他就是从第一天提出这个“一带一路”这个概念的时候，根本他就是想这个全球主义这个方向走。所以呢，我经常跟我的学生讲。全球主义跟那个全球化是两回事。全球化基本上就是一个现象，描述一个现象。Is it better for me to speak in English? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe it's easier for some people in the audience. So I've been telling my students, okay, that there's a distinction between globalization and globalism. Okay, globalization is simply a phenomenon to describe what's happening, okay, which is based on mostly self-initiated actions. Okay, like for example, during the Tang Dynasty, we have a very famous monk, Xuanzang, okay, who came all the way to India, okay, to learn about Buddhism, right? Now that is part of globalization, okay? And when the colonization, happened, a lot of people in North America, South America, Australia, and so on were taken aback, Now this is also globalization, you see. So globalization can be entirely selfish, can be entirely self-motivated, It may be because of cultural reasons, it may be because of political reasons, whatsoever. Okay, but globalism is entirely different. Globalism is taking the global view. And I think when President Xi proposed the BRI, okay, 10 years ago, he had this global view in mind. Okay, so to this day, he is consistent, entirely consistent. And I was so moved, you know, when I heard this morning, okay, I forgot which speaker who said that now BRI is the only game in town now, okay? Even though the West has proposed some alternative, okay? But there's no alternative. Why? Because a lot of those people who, from the West who proposed these things did not come with sincerity, okay? But President Xi was entirely sincere, so from the beginning till now, still singing the same tune and doing exactly the same thing and putting it on the ground. You see, the West proposed the so-called Blue Dot Network, okay, which was supposed to be the West a version of the BRI, okay, to compete with BRI. Now, what has happened since then? Okay, it's only a slogan, okay? But they were saying that, okay, this so-called community of shared destiny or shared future, that is a slogan, okay? This is what they say, okay? But it's not a slogan because we can see from every aspect of BRI, okay? We see that it's entirely for the sake of humanity, okay? So I was very, very touched, and I think the BRI is truly a global public good. And actually, I had prepared something to talk about, okay, about the post-dollar, the super dollar period, okay? Because I think when we are thinking globally, we want something that is sustainable, okay? And I am saying that the super dollar is not sustainable. Why? Why is it not sustainable? Because the super dollar, it's the special status of the US dollar is built on the fact that the US has been issuing debt, and this debt is flooding the world and providing the liquidity, okay? Without the debt, there's no liquidity, you know, because the world needs US dollars, because the US dollar was the only liquid asset, the main liquid asset. So whenever there was any crisis, people rushed to the US dollar, okay? And then some people are saying that, well, it's difficult to replace the US dollar, you know, because the euro or China or any other country is not issuing that much debt, okay? But I'm saying that it's not sustainable, you know, because can we have a world in which a country keeps running this huge debt year after year and flooding the world, and as if they can be entirely irresponsible, okay? Fiscal prudence is absent, okay, in America, okay? Fiscal prudence is absent, so they have to raise the debt ceiling again, and again, okay? And we don't want another currency with the same thing, doing the same thing, but without doing the same thing, without so much debt floating around to serve as central bank reserves, it cannot replace the US dollar, you see? So I'm saying that, well, what's the way out? So I had actually thought of an idea, and I am proposing that, you know, I have published a couple of papers already, okay, and I had proposed that we use what I call a world currency unit. It's a concept based on a basket, GDP-weighted basket of currencies, okay? And then each currency, each exchange rate is indexed against inflation so that the unit itself represents a global unit of stable purchasing power, okay? And then countries and corporates can issue debt in that kind of unit. But when settlement comes, they can choose any currency. So the idea is that all currencies should be on the same footing. We don't want any super currency whatsoever. Okay, so if we have use of such a unit, actually I have already, you know, with the help of one of my graduate students set up a trial kind of website that provides quotation of that network, of that unit of account. It's called an international unit of account, and actually the idea came from Robert Shiller. You know, Robert Shiller is a Nobel laureate in economics. He proposed the idea of an international indexed unit of account, and I have put it into practice. You know, and I think, you know, if you can visit the website, it's called World Currency Unit. You know, and then that can be issued in that unit, and any corporate, any country can issue debt in that kind of unit, and that can serve as reserve asset. So instead of one currency flooding the world with its own debt, okay, it's much better for the entire world, you know, to have currencies on the same footing. And I think that's the only way out, so that we have sustainable monetary architecture for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. That's certainly a very interesting concept and idea. And I want to devote the time to the future. And I talked to some of the friends and guests downstairs earlier during lunchtime, and I asked them, why do you want to be here? And they want some takeaway from this conference today, especially in terms of business, in terms of commerce, which probably will go up to your field, Mr. Liu and Ms. Wang, about the future of the RBI. What would you like to see more? We've seen 10 years of evolution of this initiative. Yes, it has grown, it has flourished, it has fruition, but also it comes with challenges, and it comes with problems and things we have to overcome, especially the last 3 years we've just experienced. Like Mr. Hashim said, the world is going through transformation globally, subglobally. One of the biggest transformation that we saw very vividly and very personally is COVID. We just got out from a pandemic. How does that affected this RBI in the past 10 years? And going forward, especially in terms of commerce, what would you like to see change? And especially we are in Hong Kong. What kind of characteristic what kind of character do you want Hong Kong to be playing? What kind of role do you want to see it playing in terms of this RBI? Anybody would like to start? Please, Mr. Liu, go.
I think basically, if I look at it in a very simple way, BRI has always been focusing on meeting the needs of the people, the communities, whether it could be just a road or hospitals or ports and telephone lines and internet and so on. I think it encompasses still basically meeting the needs of the people. I think for the last 10 years, we've seen that a lot of the investment has gone into the hard infrastructures in terms of roads, highways, network, basically the hard infrastructure. I think going forward, I think probably the next phase of it is basically more into connectivity, in terms of forms of digital payment, cross-border payment, financing, because at the end of the day, when you have the infrastructure, you're moving the goods, then you need to move the money. I think that comes along quite naturally, and therefore, I think in this kind of context of BRI, I think there's a lot of the stakeholders could be different countries in the different regions. I think each one of the member countries can play up to the strength. You know, if I'm good in A, I should do A, and maybe the other country is good in B and do B. Just take, for example, Malaysia as a small country. I mean, we're a small country with 32 million populations. I think we, for example, has a strength in Islamic finance because most of the populations are Muslims, and we have a very good universities. We produce a lot of professionals. So I think in areas of Islamic financing, for example, then I see that Malaysia has a lot of strength in it. And Hong Kong being the financial hubs, I think obviously is a global financial hubs, and there's a lot of money in Hong Kong. I think that you have the situation where we would have the Islamic financing capabilities, and Hong Kong as a hub, and obviously in the Silk Road there, it goes through to the Middle East. There's a lot of Muslim countries who like Sharia financing as an example, right? So how do you tap onto the money from the Middle East, and then maybe to put on projects to go to another companies to invest in a very Sharia compliance investment as an example?
Let me interject here, Mr. Liu, sorry. What about your neighbor Singapore? It has a pretty big Islamic population. It's very close by. Why not Singapore? Why Hong Kong?
I think you cannot deny the fact that the Hong Kong being next to China and being part of China, obviously would have the biggest advantage. And don't forget, China itself has a large Muslim populations. So inherently, the market is already there. So there's a relevance in that. So I think that the natural progression will be, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and China playing a role in Islamic financing, and maybe tap onto the Middle East, where then a lot of money could be done, not maybe in dollar as we just talked about, right? Or maybe in any other currency, because Sharia financing can be in any currency. So I think that is one area that I think we could be looking into.
Anything else? Commerce? Anything? Other fields you wanted to tap into?
I think the cross-border element will be something is worthwhile to look into. And I think we already see that in Malaysia, for example, that and financing, Alibaba has already worked with one of a payment gateway system called Touch and Go, where if you have a Touch and Go of Malaysian card, similar like your Octopus card, you can actually pay in China through the Alipay systems, where you can pay debit to a ringgit account, but you pay in renminbi, for example. I mean, that is one element that you basically just have to have a card, and you can already buy your stuff in China for that matter. And then with that, we actually cross over to the neighbors, and then the regional network comes into play. Yeah. So I thought the connectivity in terms of financing, currencies, cross borders, I think that will be one area. I think there should be a lot of
digital connectivity.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Anybody want to add on to that? What do you see of the future? 王女士。
我来说一下哈。I'll change the language channel, sorry. Because for most of the audience here, maybe you can like to...
That's fine.
Yeah, Mandarin and Cantonese, yeah. 非常感兴趣您的话题。我们希望我们能够多一点合作。每个人都要有梦想，马来西亚也要有梦想，集友也有梦想，我们的华人、华侨、华企也有梦想。我们希望集友银行能在未来下一个20年的一带一路的推荐中，在我们100年的时候，我们能通过我们的努力和大家更多朋友的努力，我们能够让马来西亚接近您的区域金融中心多一点 ，approach more。然后我们能够希望我们的华人华侨能够在我们专属的华侨金融的服务下达到大家的梦想。那么集友银行的梦想是什么？我们希望在100年的时候，我们能成为一带一路中最优华侨金融银行的优选银行，这就是我们的梦想。Thank you so much.
好，谢谢。Is this the business connectivity you're talking about? You want to see
Yeah.
in the future? It's right there, right?
Yeah.
Natural.
We can go together.
Okay. Anybody else want to add on to this?
Can I just say?
Yes, please.
Say one thing, which is that I think a lot of the West media has been kind of smearing the BRI. Okay, and I think it's important, to tell the story right. And in order to tell the story right and to let people understand it better, I think we need to have some kind of standards and transparency, improve our standards and transparency. Okay, and I've thought about this idea a long time ago, because sometimes when something goes wrong, but it's actually not a BRI project, but it happens to be in one of the country, okay, and people say that okay, it's a BR project, it went sour, something went wrong, but what I'm proposing is that if it's an officially recognized BRI project, it has to meet certain standards and some protocols and so on. So we don't want to let anyone tell stories that is entirely wrong, okay? So we need to protect ourselves, and to lend credence, okay, to the BR projects, and I think I understand that China's been really trying to lend a helping hand, to those countries which has encountered debt problems. And of course, these are real issues that have to be overcome. And it's not really so easy, but a lot of these things we need to work together. And I think as long as we keep the standards and keep the protocols, so even if something goes wrong, okay, even the best people doing the best things can do something wrong, right? It's entirely understandable, right? If something, some challenges happen, and it's not a problem. But I am really concerned about some people misunderstanding the intent of the entire enterprise, and then some people try to sabotage because of the understanding. Okay, sometimes these things happen, and sometimes even people get killed and so on. And it's very sad. And I think telling the story right and disallowing these rumors is quite important. Yeah, going forward.
Right. So more openness, more clarity, more standard to make sure that something that's good is not smeared as something bad.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ho. Hashim, Mr. Hashim, is there anything you would like to add, especially for the future of this initiative?
It's along the proposal, alongside the proposal by the professor. I actually have written it here, more transparency, criteria for project selection, and also criteria or more clarity on guidelines for how a project is considered a BRI project. And also, so these are really micro level kind of proposals, better, more rigorous project selection process. What else? Dispute settlement. If you have dispute, between different parties, it's not only China and the country hosting this project. It's a lot of other parties involved, a lot of partners, financial institutions. You have the host countries, so the participant countries. You have China, and within China itself, there has to be also coordination among different regions, different companies. So I'm saying all this to come to the final kind of the high-level proposal, which is why not create a secretariat?
What?
A kind of a PMO office.
Okay.
Very high-level PMO office. Could be under the sponsorship or under the responsibility of the Ministry of Economy, or kind of or could be a combination of economy, finance, and maybe foreign affairs. And then have that office do all this coordination, because to really, 2013, 10 years ago, it was an idea. You didn't have a lot of work to be done to push this major initiative forward. Now this idea has really snowballed into a big, mega, portfolio of projects, and you have so many participants, and you have so many countries that have already signed the MOU, and you have so many organizations, and there are a lot of other countries that are willing to also participate. And to coordinate among all these, you will have to have a kind of a central body, doing the coordination. And at the same time, also, out of all these projects that you are implementing, there are a lot of lessons from, projects, from countries, a lot of best practices that can be captured and disseminated to the rest of the projects, so that in the future you avoid mistakes that you have made already. And also the point that you raised, BRI is a major transformational initiative. It's literally changing the world. And it's also upending, the power of certain, organizations, certain, countries. And for them, maybe BRI being successful is really detrimental to their position in the world. And to just come out and smear BRI projects, maybe now it's easy, because if you have control over the global propaganda machine, you can easily do it. But of course, with time, the truth will come out and so on and so forth. But why wait, years before the truth comes out? Why not have the responsibility of having that, transparency provided by this body, and also promotion of the BRI projects and why it's there and so on and so forth. So my big idea is to why not have this secretariat really taking care of all this work. and handling the communication with the rest of the world and also domestically among the different Chinese partners.
You talked about should there be, because it's such a huge project, and of course there will always be disputes or conflicts that happens, and to have and these kind of disputes will be affecting many, not just one country, but many countries, maybe in the region, and how to settle that. And I understand that Hong Kong is setting up an arbitration court to settle such cases. Would that be something that you think would help this kind of the problem that you mentioned?
Yeah, of course. So that will be at the micro level. So at the macro level, you will have to have certain experts really saying, okay, the arbitration, courts in Hong Kong will be handling a certain, a certain dispute between, an African organization or African country and a Chinese organization, a Chinese construction company, and so on and so forth. So, and then, they decide. And of course, the interests of both sides or, trilateral sides will have to be taken into consideration when, making these decisions. And this is critically important, not only because you want to make sure that you actually have the right image in the world about what you're doing, and you are not there to go and conquer the world. Like, you just want to be the dominant, force, and you are the new hegemon, and you're not going to let anybody just, develop and so on and so forth. Because there are certain, organizations, certain people, certain countries that are trying to push that image to the rest of the world, especially those who are not really aware of the reality of BRI and why it's being implemented. In my opinion, one major advantage of the BRI is the capabilities, the capacity that China has built over the last 40 years, developing itself first. The cement factories, the steel production, and so on and so forth. So now after 40 years, it developed all these capabilities, and these capabilities can not sit idle, underutilized or not utilized when you have so many countries and so many people are in dire need of these capabilities. So you are organically exporting these capabilities to the rest of the world. I come from the oil and gas industry. I know from my experience in the oil and gas industry, a lot of companies, Standard Oil, late 19th century, early 20th century, these companies, oil companies, initially started producing oil in their countries, in their own fields. But then, gradually, they started realizing that after 30 years, 40 years, that they have so many capabilities that they can actually go outside of their countries and start exploring for oil in other countries and use these capabilities to benefit themselves. They will be getting a lot of profits, but at the same time also contributing to the development of these countries. Anyway, I'm not going to talk too much about this, but it's something really organically growing, and this is the major advantage of BRI and why there are no other initiatives that can compete. At least so far, there are no other initiatives that can compete with BRI because almost all other initiatives that have been proposed, they are not sincere, the word that you use, and they are being artificially pushed and imposed onto others.
何生，你好似好多嘢想加㗎。You want to add on to that?
Well,
I feel like it.
Yes, I just want to use the word accreditation, okay? And I think a BRI project that is officially recognized needs to be accredited. And this accreditation process goes through a formal process against clear criteria, and then when it's accredited, then it should be on the website, okay, or on the official website. These are our BRI projects, okay, and then I think that will help, okay, to make things clearer so that people will not misunderstand. And I think if people have doubts about this and that, it would be nice if there is some kind of office that can address some of those queries, okay? And I think you see, I saw some stories, okay, about some projects in Pakistan that was sabotaged by some people, right? And I was worried, I was concerned, well, who did this sabotage thing? Is it because of some people in Pakistan that didn't understand? Okay, and then I read some story, okay, saying that, well, it may be because of India, because India and Pakistan used to have animosity between them, you see. And so it could be very complicated, because these political concerns can come in and so on and so forth. And if these things come in, it's important to let people know that, okay, this is not because Pakistan people think that this is bad to them, so that they try to sabotage the project. It's because of some people, perhaps with ulterior motives, that are behind it. And I think telling us the story right will help a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. 我想在这边再把这个麦克风交给王女士啊，因为今天我们特别是做了一个，在我们这个论坛圆桌论坛开始之前，我们有一个跨境业务与华侨金融部的一个揭牌仪式嘛。然后
是的，
这个揭牌仪式，那就说明集友银行是非常看重未来在跨境业务方面会有更多的一个合作的空间。那所以相信也是在这个“一带一路”的倡议之下。在这些沿线的国家，在华人华侨能够帮得到的地方，也有他可以合作的地方，或者是可以出力贡献的地方。所以集友银行未来对于“一带一路”的这个倡议，在实际操作上面是怎么看待？未来这10年当中，除了想要更多的业务，除了要更多的合作，除了可以有更多的这个贡献之外，有没有什么希望看到有一些改变，或者是可以改善，或者是在未来在做这个合作工作上面、业务方面，可以有更大的一个助力的地方。
非常谢谢主持人哈，就是也谢谢各位嘉宾，然后为我们这个集友银行的跨境与华侨金融部的揭牌能够见证和这个祝贺。刚才我已经讲为什么我们要选择华侨金融，那么华侨金融跟“一带一路”，我们能借力什么？我们能贡献什么？那么在这方面当中，这所有的 party 它能得到什么样的一些 benefit？ 那首先一个，我觉得刚才哈什跟他讲了一个非常大的一个 picture， 是一个除了宏观还有微观，有政府、有企业，还有 institution、association 这些都有，还有 companies、individual 这些都有。那么呢，我们呢，其实集友银行呢，我们倡议的是“一带一路”的过去和未来，我们希望在沟通当中多做贡献 ，communication。对，为什么呢？就是因为我们有这么一群华侨华人，他和我们的祖国、我们的香港，我们有着血脉相连，我们有着相情相依，这样的一个链接呢，实在不是说我要给你什么样的商业利益能够替代的。这个就是我们希望在“一带一路”之间，通过我们的华侨金融的服务，把我们在外的，尤其在“一带一路”当中，现在据不完全统计有6000万的华人华侨，那么这样的一个群体在外面，那我们希望给他们做一个专属的服务，不仅仅是要带给他们实现梦想的机会，我们是希望能够通过我们的服务，把他们的情感、他们的每一天的日常和他们的商业能够跟我们的“一带一路”结合起来，这个是我们的 initiative。那么第二一个，我们能做什么？那么这一群人呢，他在外边的话呢，我们给他一个名字叫 Overseas Chinese。他为什么要加上 Overseas Chinese？ 他有他的 unique， 他的独特的地方，对。那么它独特的地方呢？那我们要去看，还是那句话，沟通无极限。那华侨金融呢？我们本身就自带，我们有 cross-border settlement、cross-border FX、cross-border cash management，and maybe ESG、fintech， 这些都是我们刚才可以带给大家，我们可以带出去，把一般的金融服务嫁接在我们血缘相亲、我们良好的沟通上面，我觉得这就是对“一带一路”很好的一个体现。对，这个就是我想说的，谢谢。
非常谢谢，非常谢谢王女士。好， 我们时间其实也差不多，在这边我们想做一个结尾，我想请每一位嘉宾用一句话，看看能不能用一句话来概括，来您对这一次这个论坛，一带一路10年的愿景成果，以及它的未来，用一句话来做个概括，来为我们做个总结，好吧？刘先，能不能请您先
I think BR has proven to be important and appreciated. I think we should have that confidence to move forward to the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hashim?
One word or one sentence?
If you could do one word, wow, go for it.
Future.
Future, wow, 未来。
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. For me, it's sustainable development.
Sustainable development.
Thank you.
Brilliant sustainable development. Future. I guess, Mr. Liu, I would say, if I could conclude your one word, appreciation. And what was the other word? Confidence. Appreciation. OK. 好，那我们这个论坛这个环节我们到此到一个段落。我们再次谢谢所有的4位嘉宾为我们做的一个分享和真知灼见的分享，好吧？掌声谢谢。我们现在进行我们的人文交流的圆桌论坛。我们现在有请参加本环节的嘉宾来到台上就座。Next, we would like to proceed with the roundtable forum on cultural exchange. I'd like to invite the guests participating in this session to come up on stage. 有请中国联通国际有限公司董事长兼行政总裁孟树森女士 ，Miss Meng Shushen, Chairman and Chief Executive of China Unicom Global Limited. 一带一路文化建设专业协会主席、香港文博教育资源集团主席赵宇乐先生 ，Mr. Chu Yu Lok, Chairman the Association of TBR Cultural Authentication, Chairman Hong Kong Educational Resources for Culture Company Limited. 有请塞尔维亚国际政治与经济研究所“一带一路”研究中心研究员内纳德斯特基奇先生。Please welcome Mr. Nenad Stekic, Research Fellow of Regional Center, Belt and Road Institute of International Politics and Economics in Serbia, 以及香港大学政治与公共行政学系副教授、香港大学中国制度研究中心总监、全国港澳研究会理事严晓俊先生。Mr. Yan Xiaojun, Associate Professor, Department of Politics and Public Administration and Director, Research Hub on Institutions of China, the University of Hong Kong, member of Chinese Association of Hong Kong and Macau Studies. Welcome. Okay, should we do this in English or Chinese? OK， 我还是先用中文好了。谢谢你们参加这一段的论坛。Set OK， 刚刚我们谈到的是这个“一带一路”这10年来的从一个金融和经济的角度去展望。那现在我们要从一个人文、一个文化的人类交流和文化交流的一个角度去来谈。我想有请几位来宾，先从你们个人的角度来谈谈。你们对这“一带一路”10年的成果、发展、变化，你们的一个总结，你们有什么样的感想？我们从这边开始好了。那我们还是一样，女士优先，我们请女士为我们开始好吗？
好，谢谢主持人 ，Thank you very much. So I'm from China Unicom Global Limited. So China Unicom, we call ourselves a telecom operator and a digital service provider. But here in the cultural forum, I think digital infrastructure and digital service, for sure, the very important foundation of cultural exchange. So here because I have prepared for the forum, I would like to go with my paper. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be here to join the Bohemia Culture Forum 2023. Here we gather to share the decades achievement of Belt and Road Initiative, and together we outlook the prospect of the higher quality development of Belt and Road. So before I enter into my paper, so allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of China Unicom for the successful organization of the forum. In autumn 2013, China proposed to jointly construct the Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road. The objective was to create a community of shared interest, future, and responsibility among the countries and the regions along the road. So Belt and Road Initiative emphasize economic integration, cultural inclusiveness, and also people's smooth communication. So this is of profound and lasting significance for maintaining global peace and stability and promoting prosperity and development. Over the past decade, BRI has achieved remarkable results in promoting policy coordination, infrastructure connectivity, smooth trade, financial integration, and mutual understanding among countries and regions and people. Enterprises such as China Unicom, we play a pivotal role as important driving forces and key implementers of BRI. China Unicom, as a global renowned telecom service operator and also digital service provider, we wholeheartedly embrace and actively participate in the development of BRI. We contribute Chinese digital solutions, wisdom, and experience to foster economic growth and enhance the well-being of countries and regions along the road. Today, I would like to share briefly what we have done for the digital infrastructure interconnection along the Belt and Road. We usually call it Digital Silk Road. In the past decades, digital technology and infrastructure has become very important. In each country, all sectors try to get the new momentum through digital development. So in this field, for China Unicom, we have invested a lot in the digital infrastructure such as submarine cables, terrestrial cables, landing stations. So here I would like to give some examples. We have operated 22 cross-border terrestrial cable interconnection stations in China. That means that we have very smooth and broadband connections with all the neighbor countries of China. And also we have invested a lot in the submarine cables. We now have invested in 60 submarine cables along the Belt and Road countries and regions. For example, in 2018, we launched South Atlantic Interlink, which is the first intercontinental direct submarine cable connecting West Africa and South America. And since 2020, we have played a vital role in the construction of Asia Direct Cable and Southeast Asia Hainan Hong Kong Express Cable, complementing Asia-Pacific Gateway and strongly strengthening connectivities across East Asia and ASEAN. Furthermore, we have made significant investment in the construction of CME-V5 and the CME-V6 cable. C stands for Southeast Asia. ME stands for Middle East. We stands for West Europe. This CME-V5 and CME-V6 cable, and also Asia, Africa, Europe #1 submarine cable. These cables extend all the way from Hong Kong, China to Marseille, France, connecting 19 Belt and Road countries and regions. So as exemplary BRI object, we demonstrate our commitment of co-design, co-build, co-share in building Belt and Road digital infrastructure. So all these submarine cable system, we are one of the participators. We work very closely with our partners in each countries to make it happen. And also, to save time, I will jump to the last page of my papers. And also, China Unicom, we are based on this infrastructure, we are committed to provide high-quality digital service to empower global customers across various industries. We have established as a trusted global digital service providers. We aiming to earn the confidence of our customers. In response to the trend of global market integration, we offered a wide range of products and solutions to different industrial sectors such as manufacturing, finance, media, transportation, logistics, energy, e-commerce, etc. So these digital solutions aim to continually generate values for our customers in Belt and Road countries and regions. We help local partners, for example, to deploy mobile network coverage along the China Lost Railway, ensuring high-speed 5G access at key stations. Additionally, we provide electromechanical service for the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway in Indonesia. In Europe, we have successfully delivered turnkey call center project for the local major manufacturers. Furthermore, we offer smart storage and logistic solutions to our local customers. So there are a lot of things we can do and we have already done in the Belt and Road countries and regions. And looking into future, we see this achievement just at the starting point of our contribution to the development of Belt and Road countries and regions. We would like to contribute more to the development and of the local society and also to the well-being of the local people. And in Hong Kong, we also we have built a high advantage, very technical leading innovation park in the Science Park of Hong Kong. We call it China Unicom Global Center. It's based in Hong Kong, and now we have already upgraded into the Innovation and the Technology Center of China Unicom Hong Kong. And also, we would like to contribute to the objective of Hong Kong to build a technology innovation center in the future. And also, we consider it's a very important project. Also, or we can say it's a very important, new achievement of Hong Kong's contribution to the construction of Belt and Road. And there are many things I would like to share with you, but time is not enough. So I would like to say that China Unicom, together with our global partners, we want to give more contribution to the construction of Belt and Road to help the policy communication, people's mutual understanding and the development of the Belt and Road countries and regions, and also contribute to the cultural exchange of each countries and all the peoples. Thank you very much.
We will always have time for you, and thank you so much for telling us, listing all the what I could say the hardware implementation or the installment of China Unicom along these RBI countries. But I want to touch upon later. I'm going to come back to you because our forum for this session is about people and cultural exchanges. So not just I can go online faster in these countries, but what else has because of this implementation or because of this initiative has it changed the cultural exchanges of different peoples in that region. But so I'm going to give you some time because we're going to let the other gentlemen to go through it. 我想请这个“一带一路”这个文化建设专业协会主席赵宇乐先生我们分享，因为其实，在您上来之前，刚刚唐一年先生应该为您开了一个头。他作为这个西九文化的这个管理局的主席，他开了一个头，他当然也希望他。也借这个机会，可以说打打广告吧，为这个西九文化区打打广告，因为我们也希望看到更多的文化。香港无论是超级联系者，或者是它是一个重要的中转站，不光是在经贸，不光是在金融，当然也希望在文化、在人文，在这方面，在这方面，这10年来这个“一带一路”的这个整个成果，除了经济上的、经贸上的，大家做了更多的生意，赚了更多的钱之外，文化上做了什么？而香港作为这个中转站。很多人说香港是个文化沙漠，那更多的是在这个经济跟金融这方面，但其实这也不完全是真相，因为我们也看到香港向来就是个东西文化的一个熔炉，一个碰撞点。而在这个“一带一路”的这个倡议之下，过去这10年开通了另外一条路，是对着中亚、对着中东、对着东欧这个方向。那在文化方面有没有给香港带来更大的冲击呢？可不可以给我们接着介绍？
好，感谢主席啊。刚才讲的这个东西呢，我一听我就觉得我们的主席是高手，因为他谈这个文化，不单单就是从那个经济，还有其他的外交那一方面去讲，讲这些东西呢，我觉得呢，应该从一个比较宏观的这个角度。其实上，这个文化是一种好大的东西。本来我也准备了好多的这个材料，但是我觉得这个时间真的不够。不够的时候，我就把一些重点挑出来跟大家分享一下。作为一个教授，作为一个文化学者，也作为一个平常的一个政治的这个评论家，还有一个收藏家，我愿意的把我自己的一些经验告诉大家。文化是什么样东西，而且我们遇到的这个挑战在哪里啊？首先呢，先讲一讲现在我们香港面对的问题是什么。我们知道国家很关心我们，从这个我们几年前有不愉快的这个黑暴，到后来有疫情，我看见的就是我们香港人不太开心的，好多时候我们的活动受了好多的限制。但是有一点我们是没有变的，就是我们很重视我们年轻人的这个教育。这个教育的部分呢，令我觉得可以从另外的一个角度去探讨一下我们文化可以怎么样办。我过去因为家族的一些关系所以我们有一些产品。这个产品呢，当然有一些人说，你的产品是贵还是不贵？其实这一个不是一个大的问题。有好的产品，当然你是比较容易去办一些事业。但是我觉得不是太贵的产品，也可以说很好的中国的故事。所以呢，我现在我去办一个就是可不可以从我们中国的一种文博教育这样的资源的中心去推广我们的中国故事？我自己的看法是，绝对是可以的，因为从我们自己的收藏来说可以说到好多，差不多几千年以前的一些东西。还有就是一些画家，因为他经过这个近代，我们知道晚清 到近代是一个很辛苦、很艰辛的一个时间，但是我们的祖宗还是很努力的去保留我们的文化这一卷。我举好多例子，大家都可以很明白的。比方说有一些画家，他是很爱国的这些傅抱石啊、张大千啊，还有其他的，你可以数好多。而且呢，你从这个近代一路的发展下去的时候，你可以看见这些华侨好多的在外面的这些画家，还有在香港定居的这些文化人，他都是一代一代的很努力的把这个就是爱国的情怀建立起来的。我很欣赏就是这个集友银行刚才他说的一番话。他说，将来在这个9+2的这样的一个情况底下，香港作为了一个文化的一个平台，怎么样可以从这基金、金融哪一方面去支持，以方便我们以后跑到这个东南亚、跑到这个美国其他的地方。其实这样的一种大的文化的一个分图很重要的。我觉得我们香港呢，现在呢，就是把好多东西分为经济就是经济。然后商业就是商业，金融就是金融，文化呢就是停留在某一些东西是文化，其他的东西可能就是跟文化没有关系。我们是有我们的 Empress 的，我们是有我们的故宫的，但是你知道这些学生去故宫，有时候他跟他有一种距离感。为什么呢？学生去到这个故宫，他看见哪些东西，但是他不太明白里头放的是什么文化的东西，所以这一类的活动呢，需要有一些人去解读。我们可以做的就是把我们祖宗传下来的这些好的东西，怎么样用中国的故事去讲出来。举一个很简单的比方，有什么可以跟“一带一路”的有关呢？我一想就想到了，在我的收藏里头有一个叫什么呢？金盘。这个金盘是唐代的金盘，它里头有一上的这个末节。我讲这个末节，可能大家都没有这个概念。但是这个马卡拉，要是你问这些印度的朋友，你问这些印尼的朋友，还有呢问这些就是中国的朋友，他就好清楚了。这个马卡拉的东西就是一条鱼龙，这个鱼龙呢，就是什么呢？保护海上的这个丝绸之路的这些商人来去的，在船上面，他们很崇敬的一种图腾。这一种马卡拉的东西呢，而且呢，我觉得很有什么呢？佛教的它的意义，因为它来到我们中国以后呢，我们给它一个名堂，我们说这条鱼龙呢是佛祖释迦牟尼保护海上的渔民的。像这一类的这个宝藏，可以了，用一种中国的故事，它是从这个扬州出发，然后去到广州，然后去到这个南海，经过这个马六甲，然后去这个印度洋，经过这个阿拉伯海，然后去这个欧洲，这就是一个“一带一路”啊，很平常我们可以看到的一个轨迹嘛。所以像这一类的产品，为什么不好好的去推广？让不同地域的朋友，他们有一个交流互动的机会了。这一种比较软性的这个交流，我觉得呢，比这个书本上面呢，我们可以看见的东西还有活泼，还有它的生命力。举一个这样简单的比方，大家就已经可以看见，我们文化跟文化之间，有时候呢有一些隔膜的。比方说，我要去到这个阿拉伯，我不知道怎么样跟他们交流。但是呢，我拿一件东西，我说：“哎，我们这一个唐代的这一类的宝贝的陶藤，可能跟你们的这个信仰有一点关系的。”他就马上有一种感受。哦，我们大家对这个 culture 都是 commonly shared 的，这就是好重要的这个东西。我举这些例子，就是告诉大家，文化的东西你可以说很难去做。但是呢，你有一些中介的时候是很容易做。但是怎么样去做呢？要是我拿着这些好的东西，我是不是自己去什么地方都可以？不能够，因为第一，这个 marketing 是很重要。我们要有一个 strategy， 怎么样把这些好的东西，通过可能银行的接受，通过一些商人的一个推荐， 我们可以去到更远的地方。我觉得我有一个 mission， 这个 mission 很重要，就是我很希望把这个文博跟这个教育两方面的加在一起。这就很重要了，因为我们不单单是说 museum 那些东西，在我们的床架里头，其实有太多精彩的东西。我们不要单单看这个钱的问题，就是看它怎么样推出去的时候，我们可不可以了法国的罗浮宫去比较一下了？大英博物馆它也拿到好多我们中国的好的东西。而且日本的京都哪一方面，他们保全这个 tangible 跟 intangible culture 的东西也是好多啊。为什么我们不可以跟他们有一个 dialogue 对话了？要是可以对话的时候呢，然后我们唐代的这个高度，我们怎么样从唐代走出去的这个“一带一路”的丝绸之路的这一类的概念，我们就好清楚的去表现出来。这就是我一点点的愿望啊。谢谢，
非常谢谢，这一点点愿望确实相当的宏大啊！希望有一天能够真的把教育跟文博综合在一起做。那我这边我就想找这个 Mr. Stechich。Yeah, yes, I'll do this part in English. You're a long way from home. You're a long way from home.
I'm a long way from home.
You're a long way from
jet-lagged.
Yeah, from Serbia all the way to here. So, what is your take in terms of? Because I read your title, you're more research international politics and economics. But our forum, this part, you should have been on that last forum, which talked about finance and economy. But this forum is about cultural exchanges. Can you, from your research, from your expertise, from what you've done in terms of studying and researching this Road and Belt Initiative, what can you tell us about cultural exchanges between maybe your country, Serbia, Eastern Europe, Baltics, all the way to Asia? Can you tell us, can you share with us?
Yes, sure. Thank you for having me here. And I wish to extend my congratulations to you and to Bohemia Group and Magazine for having this forum organized. It's amazing, indeed, amazing event.
Thank you.
So, as you said, I work at the Institute of International Politics and Economics, which is one of the oldest institutes in Europe in international politics and international relations in general. And basically, we have established, due to cultural relations, we have established the most recent center. Basically, we cover actually the whole world in terms of international economy and policy and security and so on. And in 2016, we have established the Center for specifically Belt and Road Studies. So we deal with Chinese studies in terms of Chinese economy, Chinese security, global agenda as well, China's policy, both external and internal, and also we promote China's culture in Serbia and in the Balkans region. So across the region, all the neighboring countries to the Republic of Serbia. So we cooperate very closely with Confucius Institutes, with Kongtsa and I'm going to speak a bit later about it. I want to also reflect upon what I believe actually that are the key takeaways probably from the last 10 years of existing of the Belt and Road Initiative, yes. And I have split it actually, it's into three main parts, going from the most general ones, so from international cultural parts and the international processes in the international system of international relations, of course. And then I wanted to give you a bit of insight of what is happening in Serbia. So why is Serbia so successful story? As I noted in my article, which was published in Bohemia Magazine in May's issue. And the last one, the very personal one, is actually my personal experience on cultural exchange with China and how actually I got academic interest and professional interest in not only in China but in Asia in general. So when speaking about the global processes actually and the global, I would say, incentives for Belt and Road Initiative, I truly believe that there are two processes that are shaping and actually have been shaping this initiative over the past decade. The first one is definitely I would call it like the new type of multilateral organization of international system, which is led and promoted by China, based on its 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, of course. And then this also makes things even complicated because on another hand, you had like many stakeholders, many other countries, many great superpowers, even the supranational companies, you know, that are operating all across the globe. But there is also a collision of various interests in some parts of the world. So, of course, the Western world is trying to impede in some way whatever China brings to the agenda. So the narratives are here probably the key word, you know, the battle of the narratives of how the policies are being communicated to the wider public. So not only in the events like this one, but through media, to very massive way of media. So it is very important point. So this is very first one. And the second one, the second process in the global level actually is something what I called in my article the locus or the place of global security affairs, the shift of global security from traditional like century-long probably wider Europe space and Middle East and Northern Africa, East Mediterranean and so on, now Ukraine and so on, towards the very new constructed region of Indo-Pacific. And it is, again, it is also constructed region. I intentionally use this word because I believe United States intentionally and deliberately actually constructed the Indo-Pacific artificial region, which actually exists only in terms of biology probably, not in geopolitics. So I think that actually this is a kind of strategy to try to dismantle China's endeavors to promote Belt and Road through the vast area of Eurasia, you know. So, and then to focus its like security and all other political means to the east. And then this leads us to actually to the second and the central part of my today's speech. It is the Serbia success story. So why the local element of Belt and Road is very success in Serbia. If you actually read some European news outlets, you would probably discover the phrase that Serbia is a mini champion when it comes to cooperation with China in all single areas. It all started like with former Yugoslavia, of course. The relations were very, very good on very high level, the diplomatic ones, of course. And then in 2009, our ex-president, Mr. Boris Tadic, has introduced a very specific policy that persisted and survived until the very today, actually, until the present time. This is the very unique policy of 4 pillars. So Serbia relies on 4 major great powers, I would say, in the world. The first one is China, the second one is Russian Federation, the third one is European Union, and the fourth one is the United States of America. So Serbia tries to stay, you know, non-aligned. Afterwards, it is, you know, probably the only European country that has not imposed sanctions towards Russia amidst the war in Ukraine. It closed very, very close ties with China as well, and at the same time, it aspires to become European Union member state at the same time. So it is a very complex position. Yeah, but like Serbia and Belt and Road was very good way for Serbia to catch up into not only cultural but economic and political, and just to promote China as a new alternative to the Western world. Because unfortunately, we have in Serbia we have experienced very bad history with bombing and so on and wars. So I believe that general public in Serbia are tending now to find a new partner, a new friend actually in another part of the world. So China actually has facilitated many projects, not only infrastructural ones, but the infrastructural ones were the most important as the public started to perceive China as the most popular country probably abroad, you know. When you observe the public survey results, you would notice that China is among the top, if not the first one actually, like the most friendly country of the Serbian people. And we have 2 Confucius Institutes, in Serbia, so one in Belgrade, the capital city, and one based in Novi Sad. This is the second biggest city in Serbia. And these institutes are actually working a great job, if you ask me. Not only do they promote the Chinese culture, but they also are having many Chinese language courses and so on. So my institute, which I work for, is also cooperate very strongly with them to promote Chinese language, for instance, learning courses to the wider population, you know, not only in Serbia. It was, for instance, we had a luck, I mean, if that was a luck during the coronavirus, that we could be able to hold these classes online, you know. So even the wider population from the Balkans were also attending it. And then there was a very specific and probably the only cross-border project, infrastructural one, facilitated by China and under the Belt and Road initiative, and this is the high-speed railway. I believe that some of the speakers this morning told that actually there was a high-speed railway from Jakarta to another city in Indonesia, but there is also very, very important railway link between Belgrade and Budapest. This is the neighboring country, Hungary, and their capital. It is going to actually cut the travel time from 8 to 2 hours only, you know. So it is only making people closer, being closer. And one of the sections of this railway road is already operating between the 2 cities in Serbia. So these are all very important milestones that China has achieved. There is also a very important, I would say, landmark that also marks Sino-Serbian friendship, and this is during the bombing in 1999, done by the NATO. Unfortunately, Chinese embassy was hit and several journalists have been killed in that time. And in the same very place, China now has built the cultural center, and this is the biggest Chinese cultural center ever in the globe, actually, made abroad. So it is very, very huge link to not only to promote the culture, but to engage people, you know, because the center is going to be very multifunctional. It is going to offer a lot, like the guest lectures from China, from Chinese academics, scholars, writers, you know, linguists, and so on and so on. So I would say that actually this is very much important issue and topic. And lastly, I'm very, very proud to announce this. Actually, 2 companies are now establishing direct flights between Belgrade and Tianjin. So this is the Air Serbia, Serbia's national airline company, and another one is Hainan Airlines, which flies directly from Belgrade to Beijing. So both companies started their operation last year. This was as of last year. So this was the very first time after 3.5 decades, you know, that we didn't have the direct link. We now do have the direct link. And on my personal level, this is how actually people-to-people mobility is being speeded up, is actually how I ended into China studies. So I attended the elective course of my bachelor studies in Faculty of Security Studies in Belgrade, like China's or Eastern Studies. And then I got an invitation for a roundtable called, in 2013, called One Belt, One Road initiative back then, that was the name. I was like, okay, let's attend. And then I met very important people there. I mean, some sinologists, you know, even from China and from Serbia and from the region. And several years afterwards, I got a very important invitation from CAS, from Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing, as a junior scholar to attend their high-level think tank forum. So back in time, I revisited China several times, and not only for academic purposes, but I have participated in like Young Engagement Forum held in Hangzhou near Shanghai. And I also attended many other forums, like not directly linked to the cultural, you know, cultural sense. So this was actually a main impetus for me to get employed into this, the Center for Belt and Road Studies, and I also wrote a book. I believe this is a culmination of this 10-year process. I wrote a book of China's security policy, of the layers of China's security policy. And of course, this is a very important issue that is going to probably evolve, you know, in the future. I also have many suggestions written here for Belt and Road, but I will probably keep it for the
next round of questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Stetic. A lot of information, very quick, very fast. 那我们现在想再请严小俊先生跟我们分享，从这个人文交流、人文文化这一方面角度来看，你怎么看这个过去这10年的一带一路？
谢谢主持人。首先，我感谢大会的主办方邀请我参加今天的论坛。那刚才从各位嘉宾的发言中也学习到很多。那么我想今天的嘉宾，上午和下午的嘉宾都提到，这个“一带一路”是2013年习近平主席在出访哈萨克斯坦和印度尼西亚时提出的这个丝绸之路经济带和21世纪海上丝绸之路的这个构想。那么“一带一路”的这个倡议啊，因此应运而生。到今天呢，已经10年。那么我觉得我可以用3句话来讲一下我对这10年“一带一路”的一个看法。我觉得，这10年的发展经历来看，这“一带一路”首先是一个促进全球共同繁荣之路。同时呢，我觉得第二个呢，“一带一路”是一个促进向为全球治理贡献中国智慧的一个道路。第三个呢，我觉得我今天想着重讲的呢，是它一个促进中华文化对外的影响力、传播力、号召力，以及这个促进文明互鉴的这样的一个道路。那么刚才从孟董事长的发言，我刚才聆听了之后，我有3个词我是印象非常深刻。第一个就是economic growth， 就是经济发展。第二个是 cultural integration， 就是文化的融合；第三个是 human well-being， 就是人类的福利。我觉得从这3层次来看呢，我觉得这3个词是非常好的总结了这个“一带一路”的这10年的一个意义。那么我想用我们已故的社会学家费孝通先生的16个字，我在刚才听到董事长讲的这3个词的时候，我想到了费先生讲的16个字，就是各美其美，美人之美，美美与共，天下大同。那么我想我们这个“一带一路”在过去10年，在跨文化交流、促进中华这个文化对外的影响力、传播力， 提高方面以及促进人类文明互鉴方面，是不是在这16个字方面，是取得的非常丰硕的成果？那么各美其美，首先是讲的文化的主体性了。那么我们中华民族包括我们中国通过这个“一带一路”这过去10年，向世界贡献的是我们的中国的一个智慧。那么体现的是我们的中国的治理之道与我们当然是国家的这个指导哲学的相结合，以及和中华优秀传统文化的结合。这是各美其美，体现的是我们通过“一带一路”体现出我们自己的民族的文化自信和文化主体性。那么美人之美反映是我们中华传统文化中一种和的概念，就是和而不同。但是我们对于世界上不同的文明、不同的文化、不同的社会制度和发展道路，我们是互相尊重的。同时，我们也是希望从其他的文明、其他的文化和其他的社会制度中吸取人类文明一切有益的成果。所以，我觉得它这是美人之美。那么美美与共的意思就是说，我们文明有不同的特质，但是不同的文明不应该互相冲突，不应该就是筑起高墙小院，互相分隔、互相遏制、互相对抗，而应该互相学习、互相融合、互相交流。所以我觉得“一带一路”起到的也是这样一个美美与共的一个作用。那么最后要达到的目标就是天下大同。那么我们领导人也掌握要我们要这个大道之行，天下为公。那么最后我们要通过“一带一路”建立一个跨文明、跨人类不同的国家的这个区隔的一个人类命运共同体。我想最后是不是还是落脚点还是刚才董事长讲的这3个，一个就是我们要有共同的繁荣，就是经济要发展，文化呢要 integration 要融合，然后呢我们经济发展和文化融合的最终目的是为了实现人类的共同的福祉，那么就是说是 human well-being。所以我在想，我们过去10年“一带一路”，我的体会是在这16个字以及这3个词，我觉得是取得的非常丰硕的成果，也是未来可期的。谢谢。
非常谢谢严小俊先生的致辞。我们刚刚谈到很多，就是过去10年这“一带一路”的一个变化，它的成果，它的影响。接下来这10年，我也想请4位和我们一起去探讨一下。但这个紧扣着我们这个人文的这个论坛的主题，就是像刚刚特首来过啊，李家超先生来过。那我记得他上任之后做的第一件事情，他推出的政策，就是香港抢人才。同样的“一带一路”的这个倡议发展了10年之后，在未来的发展的路上，是不是也要人才的这个培养、培育也是很重要？因为如果你看这地图，这“一带一路”无论是海上还是陆上，这2条路经过了多少的国家，多少的不同的宗教、不同的文化。稍早前我们在这个金融经济论坛当中有这个何教授他就提到说啊，“一带一路”在发展当中有一些地方被人污名化了，发生一些冲突，是不是这个倡议的关系？那其实很大的问题就是，也许我们跟当地的文化，他们的宗教信仰，他们的人文交流，其实是除了有融合包容的地方之外，是不是也有起冲突的地方？那在这个问题上面，连线的国家越来越多，参与的国家越来越多，不同的文化、宗教信仰全部撞在一起的时候，怎么避免这样的冲突？这样的人才的培育来确保，就像 Stetch 先生他来参加，就是因为当年他参加了一次的某一个“一带一路”的一个论坛。这样一个人才，而且他本身也对中国的文化、对中国这个国家也很感兴趣，所以他就加入了。这样的人才，那怎么去扩大？包括我们刚刚赵先提到了，文化和教育怎么样的相配合？因为你有一个这样的一个愿望，一个小小的愿望，但是个非常宏远的一个目标。这样的一个目标和这样的一个倡议，两项之间如何结合，来更好的为“一带一路”的下一个10年去做贡献？包括孟女士，你提到这个中联通铺了很多的海底的电缆、陆地的电缆，做了很多这样的让大家上网很方便。但这些做到了之后，接下来怎么去因为有了这些的方便而促进人文的交流？我想在这一方面，可不可以请大家阐述您的一些观点和想法？谁先来都可以。
对，要不然我先讲哈。
好。
对，我也用中文，我觉得讲的充分一些。实际上比如说，如果我们这个修的数字基础设施是构建了"一带一路"国家互通的这种渠道的话，我觉得文化呢，就是这个跑在这个沟渠里的水啊，所以呢是这样的。你看，我忽然想起来一个例子啊，就是我记得啊，这个中国的这个一个戏曲家汤显祖和英国的莎士比亚，他们的生日是同一天，啊，所以我们呢，曾经搞过一个活动，就是通过这种这个网上的这个直播，我们在江西是这个汤显祖的故乡和英国莎士比亚的故乡共同做了一场这个线上的交流活动，啊。我虽然这个在戏曲方面啊是一个门外这个汉，但是呢，我当时这个活动，这个优美的昆曲和这个感人的这种莎士比亚戏剧，当时我觉得是充分互动了，所以就刚才教授讲的美美与共，啊，所以其实我觉得这里的空间确实是非常大，啊，"一带一路"很重要的一个词，就刚才这个它就是通。啊，它通"一带一路"最重要讲的是五通嘛，政策的沟通啊，这个设施的联通啊，贸易相通，这个资金的融通和民心的互通。所以我觉得这个通呢，其实是解决现在世界上很多矛盾和问题的方法。而且我很相信我们这种数字的基础设施和服务，以及跑在我们这种基础设施上面的这种文化的交流。啊，会在未来，这个在"一带一路"为全球发展的贡献上，发挥重要的作用。特别我们香港的这个未来的定位里，我刚才提到了科技创新中心，还有一个就是中外文化交流中心。啊，刚才主持人说，有人说香港是文化沙漠，我个人是不赞同的。其实我自己在香港工作生活的这几年，我是觉得香港真是一个中西方文化交融的一块宝地。所以未来呢，我相信香港作为"一带一路"的这样一个信息沟通的这样一个枢纽，也会成为中西方文化交流、美美与共这样一个。中心，为"一带一路"的发展做出更大的贡献。
所以"一带一路"倡议就是中联通是吧？
联通。
联通。好，谢谢。请问有没有？
我的意见就是啊，我觉得古代的这个"一带一路"呢，它的文化其实挺可爱的。可爱的地方就是古代的人，不晓得是不是跟我们现在有一点不同，但是他对这个文化的包含的这个胸襟是比较广一点，宽广一点。尤其是你看这个唐代的时期，你就可以看见外面的商人他怎么样来中国都受欢迎的。我们去外面的也是一样的，所以这个文化的隔膜在古代有没有了？我是有一个好大的问号。我觉得古代它可以成功的地方在什么？就是它没有一个成见，他不觉得就是外面来的一定就是不好的人啊。我从中国去外面的也有我一定的身份跟这个位置，它的这个文化的记性是比较高的一个情况。所以像这一类的东西，我们要学就是学古代的这种经验啊。我觉得这个"一带一路"文化，它不是一个很现代的概念。我们的习主席他谈到2013年谈到这个"一带一路"的时候，其实他也是在总结我们以前祖先已经走过的路，他怎么样跟外面交往，我们就用这一种情怀去跟他们交流，这就是很好，就是好像我们说的平常心。我们是用一种平常心跟人家去做生意，跟人家去谈我们的文化，跟人家去沟通一下。我们可能有我们的问题，但是我们勇于把我们的情况告诉外面的人，这也是一种沟通的方法。不一定说我们自己是很成功，不是这样，而是告诉人家我们现在中国的位置是怎么样，我们面对的挑战在哪里，这是一种很好的文化交流了，我觉得。
Would you like this? Yes, please.
Well, very briefly, I believe that here the crucial and key word is actually narrative, once again. Why do I believe so? Actually, if you're observing like the European media stage, media outlets, there are no Chinese media there. And of course, like Chinese medias are underrepresented there, I would say. We have like CGTN, like a global network, yes, but we don't have like Chinese network or Chinese outlet which is going to be specifically dedicated to explain, for instance, to Eastern European countries or for Central or Western European countries or Europeans in general, why is it important to embrace like the way China observes the external world. So what is the difference between like perceiving otherness, you know? So this is why I believe that actually it is very important for the sake of transparency also of the BRI projects, not only cultural ones, but infrastructural ones. There has been a lot of, you know, dilemmas of whether these projects are actually good or bad for the people in European states. And I think that it will be very much beneficial if this, not only media, but also the cultural centers and Confucius Institutes are also a very good way, a means of modern Chinese government, of course, to promote Chinese cultural way and the way the Chinese decision-making process is being operated. For instance, when I was writing the book I was referring to, it never actually came to my mind, why would I observe like Chinese traditional philosophy? And why is it important to embrace in analysis of how Chinese contemporary government is formulated, you know, its stance? So this actually enriched my, of course, experience, this is academical and professional experience. But in a similar way, I believe that actually the wider public can embrace China's, for instance, in our universities, we don't learn like Chinese philosophy in philosophy classes, we learn, you know, Western-dominated and Greek-dominated philosophy. So this might be also a bit of a suggestion for improving over the next decade, probably. Yeah.
Thank you. Narrative. Thank you very much. 严小俊先生，
好，我就是简单的分享一个我就是两个故事。我第一个是我觉得这个“一带一路”啊，确实是一个文化互通之路。那么我也同意，赵老师刚才讲的，就是说我们在对外讲中国故事，我们在对外通过“一带一路”增加中国文化的影响力、传播力的时候，我们应该是一个真诚的，我们应该是个完整的故事。那么，我是香港大学的老师，但是我呢也是应邀在哈萨克斯坦的国立大学指导2个博士生。那么他们是进行中国研究的，他们研究中国的。我对他们的要求也是说，我说你们不但要了解中国的成就，也要了解中国碰到什么困难，以及我们对这个困难我们提出的是什么中国解决方案。我觉得通过这样一个完整的 narrative 也好，还是一个 analysis 也好，他们最后得到的是对中国故事更加深刻、更加全面的一个了解，从而也对中国的对全球治理提供的这个智慧和解决方案有更高的认同感。所以我觉得这个对外啊讲一个完整的中国故事，讲一个全面的、真诚的中国故事特别重要。第二个故事就是我去沙特阿拉伯访问的时候，我当时沙特阿拉伯的这个朋友啊，也是他们是很多是就是从事这个国际贸易的，他们当时也是提出啊。在没有接触之前，他们对中国的企业、对中国的这个市场整个是不了解的。但是他们而且对中国经过西方二传手之后，对中国的信息是有很多不准确的了解的。实际上，那么他们最后呢是觉得通过这个“一带一路”，通过这个中国对外交往之后，接触到越来越多的中国的企业，包括华为这样的中国企业，他们在接触之后，他们会觉得会对中国的这个对中国的文化、对中国人的处世之道、对中国人这种和而不同，以及中国人爱交朋友的这种民族特性是有更深的了解的。所以我觉得交流促进理解，然后呢，全面的交流促进更加深刻的理解。谢谢。
好，所以我们这一段人文交流的论坛，全面的了解做人的平常心，连通。narrative 话语权。好，我们这个论坛到此告一个段落。我们再次谢谢4位嘉宾为我们为我们带来的这个真知灼见，好吧？掌声谢谢。好，我们一起合影好吗 ？Take a photo。Stand a little closer， 站靠近点。好。请看前面。好。 好，各位嘉宾，围绕着促进“一带一路”沿线国家展开人文交流，促进民心相通，提出了许多富有启发性的观点，凝聚更多的推动“一带一路”建设的共识。我们再次谢谢几位嘉宾，请你们先回台，先回座，谢谢。好，各位女士们、先生们，“一带一路”倡议从理念转化为行动，从愿景变成现实，为实现世界的共同发展、繁荣注入强大的力量。Thank you， 增添不竭的动力。那10年来，中国是以实实在在的行动，同共建的各方分享中国的智慧、中国技术、中国的方案。同共建的国家和人民共享发展的成果，“一带一路”的倡议已经成为了全球合作的重要平台，而香港也搭乘了“一带一路”的东风，发挥自身的独有优势，在积极参与“一带一路”的过程当中，拓展更大的发展空间。Over the past decade, the RBI has evolved from a mere concept to a tangible action, transforming vision into reality and injecting strong power and inexhaustible momentum into the global development and prosperity. China has taken concrete actions to share its experience, technology, and solutions with all partners. Collective progress benefits all countries and people involved in this initiative. The RBI has now emerged as an essential platform for global cooperation. Hong Kong has also capitalized on the opportunities brought by the RBI, leveraging its unique advantages to broaden its developmental prospects and seize more opportunities through active participation in the development of the Belt and Road. 好，女士们、先生们，我们今天的论坛就到此告一个段落。再次谢谢大家的参与，我们下次再会，拜拜。Thank you so much for being here today. Our conference has now concluded. We'll see you next time. Thank you.